巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す夢の途切れ間に揺らいだ朝焼け冷えたわけじゃない輝き見据えて熱を持つ体抱えて走れば昨日までのよどんだ目にさよなら立ち向かう勇気などなくても
Hello? Oi! Oi! Where's my music? Grr, I know where it is. Wait, hold on. Check this out. Oh, wait, is this button gonna work? If I hit this? There it is. My music! No, my music's gone! Wait, hold on. I keep breaking my music because I got something new. Welcome in, everyone! Let me close that program. I got a new program that allows me to basically auto-mute my music whenever I'm trying to work on video editing stuff. So that way I don't have to keep pausing it, unpausing it, pausing it, unpausing it. But it breaks whenever I use OBS, and I didn't think about that, so here you go. Alright, let's try it again. Welcome in, everyone! Hello! Hello! We're the Bean Boy! We're the Bean Boy! I love it so much! I love it so much! Welcome in, everyone! Hello, hello! Ignore the hat. I know that I recognize the hat's just a PNG. We're gonna deal with it. But so look at it! Meow! Do I look like a cat to you? I'm a bunny! You can't see my ears though. Actually, I don't know what I am because of the tail. The tail's definitely not a bunny tail. I'm a magical creature thing! Yay! Welcome in! Yes, if you guys don't know what the heck is going on today... Ow. Make this applause! Isn't it so cute? Isn't it? gosh, my eyeball itchy. If you guys don't know what the heck's going on, we had a charity stream 2 weeks ago. And I have to tell you about this week's, oh my gosh, we have so much going on. Okay, 2 weeks ago, we had a charity stream, we hit a bunch of goals. You guys know how milestones work. And one of the milestones was to have one stream with Bean Boy. We bring Bean Boy back for a whole stream. Look, we're Bean Boy today. Beans! And, I'll turn down the music a little bit because it makes me distracted. I love this song so much. And today we're actually doing another milestone. We're doing our community game night. If you don't know what we're doing, we're basically doing jigsaw puzzles, but we're doing it, oh crap, I forgot so many things. Man Bear, I'm so behind because this whole weekend I've been so busy with crap.
Bean Boy, charity,
Bean Boy.
Fun Monday.
Yay! If you guys want the link to the charity, it's here. It's here. If anyone would like to check out some of our incentives and goals, but I gotta make commands for them. I'm telling you, I wanted to have all this stuff set up. I did nothing. No, I don't even have it in the panels. Damn. Man Bear, can you do me like a huge favor? Can you like scrap together really fast something I can throw in the panels just so it's like one of those things where you click on it, it just says like fibro, you know what I mean? I just throw it in the panels and it'll be a clickable link for people just in case, because some people like to do that instead. Thank you, Man Bear, you're a lifesaver. Thank you. And Gray, and I think Man Bear earlier. Man Bear and Gray, thank you both so heckin' much. Thank you so heckin' much for the VIP memberships here at the clubhouse. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I will make the commands right now. So, like I was saying, Bean Boy, the reason why we're Bean Boy today, and the reason why we're doing jigsaw puzzles today is because, oh right, I'm sorry, I have no commands working. I'm so sorry. Let me remove those. It's because of the milestones from 2 weeks ago. We had a charity stream. That's what those are from. I'll tell you what, Gray. I know it's not much, but I'll give myself a head pat in real life. There you go. Real life head pats. I know it doesn't mean much, but that's all I can do for now. I'm gonna remove all the stuff before you guys use up your points. I forgot. I think I'm gonna turn off show and tell for this week just because we're doing our charity stream. And I'll turn it back on for next week. So the reason everything else is getting turned off though is because otherwise it's just not gonna. And yes, spoiler alert for those that are early in the stream. Thank you again for being early in the stream. This will be a redeem once I debut my Live 2D because it's really hard for me to switch between Live 2D and switch like VTube Studio and switch between my Warudo for 3D. So I would rather have this as a thing once I have my Live 2D. Heck yay! So yes, there you go. Little spoilers, little sneaky peeky spoilers. Spoilers. All right, I think I turned everything off. Let me know if there's anything else that's still on that does not need to be. Hi, Miso. Oh my gosh, I was looking at Miso's art earlier. Oh, so beautiful, so beautiful. I think that's everything. Yeah, I think I turned off everything that was for only the 3D model. Sorry about that again. I gave myself IRL headpats if it means anything. Very nice, very nice. Bro, let me tell you, I had such awful migraine yesterday. It was so bad. I feel so much better today. It was so bad. I felt like I was the pain was so bad, I felt like I was gonna throw up all night long. So don't mind me if I'm a little eepy. I am drinking my Rogue Energy though, because I'm a little eepy, but we're doing pretty good otherwise. No more headache. I have no headache, no migraine today, so that's good at least. Delicious. If you look right or left, it looks like you're kneading. Yeah! I'm baking. Baking the bread. Oh man, but we'll make them. Hi Shen, welcome in everyone. Sorry, I was a little distracted with everything being borked, as always. You guys know how it is. It's a Monday. Come on, we're all on Monday vibes today. We all know how it is. Yee! 2D or 3D? This is 2D. So we don't even have our 3D today. This is actually 2D. Isn't it really? It's such a good model. Here, I'll remove the hat so you guys can see the whole thing. I gotta put the hat back on though. Oh, right. Hold on, wait. I gotta unlock the hat. I don't know. Okay, I'm still very new to Live 2D. It's me! Ah! Surprise, surprise! Who would have thunk? It's me! Okay. And the hat is literally just a PNG, so... It's not gonna be a perfect fit, but it's fine. It's fine the way it is, honestly. I don't mind. That's not, like, perfect. But at least we have a hat this time. Last time we didn't even have a hat. It's nice. It's nice. Yee! Yeah, Lucky, we're a cat. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, I'm a cabbit. I'm a cabbit. A cat rabbit. I'm like some magical creature. I don't even know. It's so cute, though. Yippee! But yeah, surprise, surprise. You guys thought I was a cat. No, I have bunny ears. I don't know why. It's fun. That's why. Oh, I'm gonna take another drink. This, let me tell you. I tried Maestro. Maestro has, Rogue Energy he brought with him. It was, strawberry banana. Now listen, you guys know me. I love strawberry banana. But let me tell you something. I don't know if it's the energy line in particular. Maybe it's just because it's like an older flavor. But I really like the flavors that I have, which was the snowstorm and the sour watermelon. So maybe it's because I have a sweet tooth. It wasn't nearly I really like what I got. I really like the flavors that I got from the hydration line. Hi, Evie. What? There we go. I took a drink. We're kitty, cabbits today. It's like cabbage, but cabbits. I can't remember who else had this. Rosebell has the long boy. Rosebell has the long boy. Same with Takao. I don't know if anyone had seen Takao. We rated them once before. Takao has long boy as well. I have Bean Boy. The difference is Bean Boy just kind of like is really fluffy and fat in a cute way. Long boy is the one where she's able to hit a button and it stretches out where it's like super duper duper long. So I have Bean Boy, which is a pre-made. It's actually a pre-made model anyone can buy. So if I can find the link for that real quick, I can give you guys the link for anyone else that would like to get their own Bean Boy. But Long Boy is a actual custom commission one that both Rosebell and other people and Takao and stuff, they actually commissioned the artist for the model. Mine is pre-made from Kofi. Theirs is literally commissioned, like customized by the artists themselves. But here, if you guys want to check out the Bean Boy model, here's the Bean Boy model. Beans! Here's the Bean Boy model. You guys can see it too. Oh man, it's so cute. I hope they come out with more in the future too, because I really love the style is so soft. The style is so soft. Yeah, you can actually see some of their long boys on there too. Let's see if Rosebell's is long boy on there. Not in this image. They made a lot of long boys. But I think it's because the artist and the rigger, they're two different people. They had so many commissions, because look how cute they are. Tell me you wouldn't get this. They had so many commissions in line that they could not keep up. So they have a bunch of commissions that they're still working on, but then they put out this pre-made customizable Bean Boy model for anyone that doesn't want to wait in line for, you know, how long. I think they're like booked up the whole year. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know for sure, don't quote me on that, but I feel like they have so many commissions for like the custom ones. I think they're booked up the whole year. So it makes a lot of sense that they made this real quick pre-made one so that anyone that wants to use it but, you know, either can't get the custom one for themselves, they can at least have the Bean Boy. It's so cute though. I don't mind. I like the Bean Boy so much. It's so cute. Discord message. Let me see, Man Bear. Wait, where's my Discord? Here it is. I have not opened Discord yet. Ah, there it is. Oh no! I accidentally... I made Discord super long boy instead of moving it to my other monitor. No! Thank you! No, that's fine. That's perfect. Alright. Man Bear has made us a panel. So what we're gonna do, what are we doing today? We're gonna be working on jigsaw puzzles today. And while we're working on jigsaw puzzles, I have to actually make the commands. I know, I'm a little behind. I'm a little behind on these things. I should have been on top of it. But this weekend, I went through my storage. For like 2 days. 2 days, especially the first day. Oh, I have such a story for you guys. Once I save this, because I was like, panel. I don't know how to talk and type at the same time. There we go. Thank you again, Bear. Thank you. Yeah. I went through my storage over the weekend. Let me tell you how exhausted. My whole body feels so, like, sore because I use so many muscles to, like, pick up big boxes and stuff. Oh my goodness. Today's gonna be a really nice relaxer day, which I feel guilty about having a relaxing day because I didn't get a lot of work done in terms of commissions or even like stream related stuff. I didn't get a lot of work done this weekend. I did mostly the storage stuff, and then as soon as I got home from storage stuff, I passed right out. It was like 10 p.m., 9 p.m. or whatever. I passed out. It doesn't matter. Normally I work until like 1 a.m. I passed out. It was so hot, and then it rained, and I was so upset. I don't know. I'll tell you guys, I'll go in more into detail about it in a little bit. Let's talk more about the charity stream, because you guys are probably like, what the heck is this charity stream? All right, let me drink real quick. Ah. Bean Boy plush. I highly doubt I could actually literally make a Bean Boy plush because it's a pre-made model. But I will say thank you to Miso. Get small shout out to Miso here. Let me see. There is some sort of plushies in the talks right now. Ooh, but that's all I'm gonna say right now. That's all I'm gonna say. So if you guys, for the record, I do plan on having a merch drop when I debut. I don't know, again, I wish I could give you guys a date for debut. I don't know yet because you know me, I don't like to rush my artists. So I have no date yet. I can't even really tell you if it's going to happen at the end of the year, the end of this year or the beginning of next year. But in the very least, I can tell you that it's going to be one or the other. So it's not super duper far away. Plus we have a lot of other, wow, you really brought up my vitamins thing. Maestro's still here. That's another thing. So at some point during the stream, I'm gonna have to like BRB while we're jigsaw puzzling, because Maestro's here and I gotta say goodbye to him when he does leave. Everyone says hi, Maestro. Hello. He said hello. He's in the bathroom right now. He brought me my vitamins because I didn't take my vitamins when I ate breakfast. No. Wait, I don't have any food for the other one though. But yeah, like TLDR, I don't think I can make a Bean Boy plush because this is not my model. This is a pre-made, customizable model. But there are plushies coming. Ooh woo. That's all I'm gonna say. Ooh woo. And yes, make sure you guys, if you guys want any kind of Spelly merch when we do debut, just keep that in mind. Keep it in mind that we're gonna have a merch drop. There's gonna be a handful of things. You guys, I think you guys know what some of them are. At least you know, definitely you know one of them because, and if you didn't know, when I had my birthday donathon, we had voted for what merch we wanted, and guess what, actually earlier this morning, no, last night I actually got the art completely done for it. So if you guys did not know, what was voted on was a desk mat. So there's gonna be a Spelly desk mat coming soon. The art's completely done. Now I just need to go to my merchandiser and be like, hey, here's the art, do you think we can look into production of this? And they're gonna be like, hopefully they're gonna be like, oh yeah, and so there you go. There's one of the secret, they're not really secret, I've been talking about it for a while, but one of the items that are going to be debuting is, during the merch, is, what happened to the lid? Sorry, I'm looking, it's nothing, don't worry about it. It's gonna be a Spelly desk mat. So that's one of them, of few that are, there's a handful of them. I'm so excited, guys. I already have the art of like 3 of them. I'm out of like 5 or 6 items to choose from. So, just to let you guys know. I'm sorry to hear, Bear, about the Tiltify. Yeah, so if you guys did not know, really quick again, shout out to Manbear too. Does this work or? Yeah, shout out to Manbear as well, because he is the one that put together the entire charity stream that we're doing today. It's not like some big group like last time with VTuber SummerSlam. It's all on Manbear. So big shout out to Manbear for putting together all the people who are a part of this event. And, you know, essentially, oh gosh, no, my hat, I moved it a little bit. And everything that we're doing today is essentially, so everyone say thank you, Manbear. Thank you, Manbear. Wee, hi Graham, welcome in. Hello. You're excited for debut? I'm so excited. More, yeah, it's gonna be redeemable. That means you guys can redeem whenever you want to see more Bean Boy. Oh, thank you, Graham. Physical storage, like actually moving boxes around. I'll tell you, I'll go into more detail about it later after we talk about the charity stream and stuff. But let me tell you, I was exhausted the whole weekend, bro. The whole weekend. Hi, Jack. Welcome in. Everyone said, hi, Maestro. Aw, ooh. No, thank you. Thank you for setting it up, Man Bear. I appreciate it. Hi, Merp. Hold on. Let me give some shout outs. Wait, I want to see if this is gonna work because I'm on a different scene today. It's a Merp.
Hey guys, I'm Merperoni. I stream art and spooky games, and I'm here to tell you about how amazing Spelly is and how you should sub to her. Do it.
No, go check out Merp. Go check out Merp. You have a clip of Coffee Lion talking about CF if you want to use it instead. Use what instead? Of what? Oh, you know what I never did? Man Bear. You know what I never did? I never set up the scene transition. Hold on. Stinger. Oh my gosh. You see how behind I am? How busy I was? Wizzy. Let me see. Where did I save it though? Man Bear, can you do me a huge favor? Can you send me Can you send it to me again? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to not save it.
She's not sorry.
I am sorry. Get out of here. Leave my house. Hold on, I gotta delete all the old stuff. Thank you, Man Bear. Ah. I forgot to set it up. Everyone says hi, Maestro. Yeah, Maestro's still here. He'll be leaving shortly, so I will have to BRB when he leaves so I can say goodbye to him, but... Marine Boy, thank you so much for becoming a VIP here at the clubhouse. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Bear Bear. I got it. She done forgot. Oh, bro, I forgot all the time. You guys want to see this really cool transition that Man Bear made? Hold on, it's downloading right now. And then I will put it into the correct folder, and then we will have it up in the transitions things.
It's very cool.
Heck yeah. Like explaining to chat. Actually, yeah, if you could send me over that video, I could show you guys the clip real quick. Go for it. I'm ready. I'm ready when you are. But yes, we are doing a charity stream today. Coffee Lion is one of the participants that Man Bear has invited to work with us on the charity stream. And I will say, I'm sure they will explain it as well in the clip, but I will say that to them, it is very important what we are doing. So, I mean, it's important to a lot of people, but I don't know. What's the transition point for it? It's not immediate, is it? Let me give it like let me give it a second to transition, because I know it'll probably take a second. All right, check this out. Man Bear made this one. Let me hope it works. Wait, hold on. Let me close these down. 1.5 seconds? Okay, let me do that real quick. Ow, ow. No, I don't want to rename it. 1.5. Let me know when you said the clippy. Okay, check it out. Look. Whee! Isn't that so cool? Isn't that so cool? Hi, Cisco. Welcome in. Isn't that so cool? I love it. I might have to change the, I forgot to make it so that it's, hold on, let me change the audio so that it doesn't, so it crossfades. Thank you for the drink and stretch. I'll drink and stretch right now.
Let's get hyped. We have Bean Boy and Charity stream.
Boy! Oh, wait, what the heck? Oh, wait, I have a timer? Get out of here. I don't want, why? Shoo. There's no timers today. Yes, so again, if you guys want to donate for it's through Tiltify. It's through Tiltify if you guys would like to donate for the charity. There it is. There should be rewards. There should be rewards, so please, I said that twice. Please let me know if you do not see the rewards. It'll be on the right side where it says rewards. You click on that and you could buy any one of those lovely rewards. It is in pounds. It is in pounds, but I have converted all the prices of pounds over to USD. So for example, name on your sticky note, it says 1.58 pounds, which is actually $2 USD. So I did the conversion for you guys, so it's not too much work for you guys. Heck yeah. Why do you want to tell B-Boy? B-Boy's so cute. I love B-Boy. Grim, thank you so much for the club biddies. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Grim. And if I didn't say it earlier, I'm sorry, Marine Boy. If I didn't say it earlier, Marine Boy, thank you so much for becoming a VIP here at the clubhouse. And Dynamite.
You did.
Dynamite, did I? Thank you so much for becoming a VIP here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Welcome in, Dynamite. Welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello. All right, let me talk a little more about the the charity goals and incentives that we have for today. Oh, poop. I have to sign in to Tiltify. No, I don't want to. There's one qualm I have with Tiltify. It's that it makes, when it signs you in, you have to do it through like a link thing, and I don't want to go to my email. I'm what the cool kids call lazy. So, is there a way that I not do that logging in thing? No. Okay. What was the point of making a password with Tiltify if they're just gonna send me an email? And it only gives me 1 minute. You have 1 minute before it expires. Log in through Twitch. Every time I do sign in through Twitch, it's like, yeah, you picked a different method. And I'm like, okay, how do I change that? Someone please teach me how to change that on Tiltify. So I no longer have to do that. Okay, campaigns. Let's see. Wait, what was I doing? I already forgot. All right, I was going to tell you guys about our rewards and milestones while I type up the rewards and milestones. Oh my goodness. Yeah, exactly, bro. Oh, thank you guys for the hype train. What? Thank you. Hype. You guys are very kind. Yeah, I love the Bean Boy. We are beans. Let me see. All right, I was given the video. From Man Bear. So if you guys want to know a little bit about CF while I'm setting up in the background, please peep it here. Is this gonna work if I click on this button? Whee! Are we peeping? Oh crap, I'm like in the way. No, my hat! Dang it! Dang it! Stop moving my hat, move my model. Wait, let me lock this and unlock the model. There we go. Whee! Here, I'm gonna be on the side over here. I gotta lock my model before I mess up, because I know me. Alright, so if you guys want to learn a little bit about CF while I'm doing some things in the background, so you guys don't have to just sit here and be like, what the heck? Perfect, the music ended. You should be able to hear it now. Can you guys hear that? Alright. So, if you guys don't know, Manbear does these things called pixel profiles, which is like an interview. He's also looking for people to interview if you guys want to send him a message.
Can recommend. It was a good interview.
Yeah. I'm gonna mute my microphone in the meantime. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just typing in the background. Sorry, I didn't expect for it to end right there. So if you didn't know, I gave a shout out, but Coffee Lion is the speaker. Actually, if I go back a little bit. Wait. Coffee Lion, and this is Man Bear. So if you guys did not know, yeah, sorry, I was like, I didn't, So let me give them both a shout out again. But yes, I had to really quick set up the commands while we went over a little bit. If you guys did not know what CF is, you didn't know how it affected people, there is a little bit. I'm sure they go through a lot more. I'm sure they go through even more, but there's like a little blurb into how much it affects someone's life and why it's so important that why we're doing what we're doing, our charity stream, and why it's important. So, if you guys did not know, now you guys know. Now you guys know. Here, I'll switch back to the, hi FB. I'll switch back, but it isn't important. It is important. Let me switch back. And, I like to reiterate that I apologize for not having things, oh gosh, I'm in the corner. Not having things set up the way I should have. Sorry again. Sorry, Man Bear. I don't want to let you down. I'm sorry, Man Bear. I'm so sorry. Wait, let me back up a little bit. There we go. But, that's why we're doing what we're doing today. So, I'll go over some of our goals and incentives, but I see you guys have already been going off. Already going off. I still need to make the panel, too. I'm so behind on everything. All around me are familiar faces. Worn out places. Worn out... Oh, gosh. Oh, I hear myself. Okay, let me edit my panels and add the image. Add it right now. Right meow. I untrimmed. It was a fun interview. It was nice. It was nice. Like I said, if you guys didn't know, Man Bear does those pixel profile interviews. If anyone's interested in being interviewed, let me know, Man Bear. Or let us all know if you still have some slots open for later in the year and stuff. Because maybe there's some people that might also be like, hey, yo, what? But, here, let me see if I can find this really quick. Here it is, panel. Make it the whole size of the thing. I said the whole size, silly. There we go, done. And now I just need to grab the link real quick. Link is right here. Can I just have... Why did it go to there? Can I just do this? Wait! I had the wrong link. Why am I beans sometimes? You guys know what I mean? Sometimes I am absolute beans. Oh no! It says the file size is too big. Hold on. Man Bear! Man Bear, can I get a smaller image? I'm sorry. I'm gonna bother you. Thank you, Man Bear. So if you guys don't know, I'm gonna do this again. Totally not because I'm about to edit the command. But there you go. There is the donation link if you guys are interested in helping out our cause today. And I need to edit the link because for some reason it had the word details on the end of it. There we go. I edited it. Now it doesn't have the weird details on the end of it. Sorry, I'm going to do it one more time. I'm going to spam the chat. It's me, spammy. Okay. And I want to pin that message. There we go. Now everything is beautiful. Beautiful. Just like all of you. Welcome in. How you guys doing though? Scuff makes it cuter. Where are we? I can be pretty Scuff. Hi Oz. Yeah, we are hi Gundor. Hello. You guys, if I lean this way, you guys are so close to seeing my bunny ears. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm done. Okay, let me go back and chat. Oh, yes I can. You want to bet? If I literally am like, I messed up. It is very informative. Very informative. Heck yeah. If I didn't say it before, hi Lucky. I think I said it before, but I'll say it again. This is fine. I'm actually taking a small hiatus on them because your neck needs to heal. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Now you guys know. You know where to look. At least, in the very least, go follow Man Bear so you know when he goes, when he opens his pixel profiles again. Heck yeah. Oh. My little leg lift? Do you mean this? I just realized the music's so loud right now. Hold on. Because I didn't turn down the gain. My bad. Hold on, I'll turn off the gain. There we go. Now the music's not as loud. I mean, I don't think it was that loud, but it was definitely louder than it was before. Little legs! Little legs! Oh man, my eyeball itchy. Aw. Bean. Sorry, my eyeball's itchy real quick. Sent, thank you. Here, let me see. Sorry that I'm like asking so much. It was like, hey, this is too big, and I was like, no. I don't have my art program open today either because we're not doing art today. Let me see. Okay, add image. This image. If you guys are like, what the heck are you doing? I'm making my panels right now for it. That way everything is situated. Okay, it's been submitted. Let me check my panels. And you should see it. If you guys look below in the panels, you should see it. It's like right there. It's right there. Oh, poop. I think I broke my... Let me move Rogue. Rogue, you're gonna move somewhere else for today. Move over here. There we go. That way it doesn't break my other... There we go. Perfect. But yeah, if you guys, the link in the panels, the command, there you go. There's a lot of places you can find the linkies around. Thank you guys so heckin' much for not only being here and supporting by just being here, but also for, actually, wait, did we already get, do I not have alerts turned on? Do I not have alerts turned on for this? Am I really that bad? I'm floating? That's because, yeah, that's right, I'm a witch. Oh, no. No, don't pinch my toes. No, my toe beans. I have toe beans. We have live fails, right? How far are we in the goal already? Already? Let's see. Oh, I have to refresh. That's why. Oh, my gosh. What the heck, you guys? What the heck? Here, let me move over here so you can actually see, like... If you guys want to see the goal, look at the top. At the top, it should say the goal. Do you see the thing that's yellow? That yellow is how far we are on our goal already. Do you guys see this? Is it just me? Everyone else sees that too, right? What? Are you... What? Sorry that the alerts are absolutely broken. Look at that. Huh? We're already almost halfway. We're almost halfway. What? I don't even know what halfway is. Hold on. 1, 2... It's so wonky because if you guys did not know, through Tiltify, the Cystic Fibrosis Trust is from the UK, so that's why it's in pounds. So I have no control over that through Tiltify, but I did the conversion for you guys. You could do it online if you want to as well. It's all converted for USD. With a small exception, I hope you guys don't mind. The small exception is that the goal of 400 pounds is technically 505 USD instead of just straight up $500. I hope you guys don't mind the extra $5 going towards charity. I wanted to make it an even 400 instead of doing like 399 point whatever pounds to make it an even 500. So I hope you guys don't mind the extra 5 USD dollars for charity. And for the record, our last charity, as much as we all, we want to do it for the kids. I can't say for the kids because while it is for kids, it's also for adults, it's for elderly, it's for middle-aged, it's for everyone. Everyone can be affected by this in particular. So for the kids, but also for everyone, for humanity, for humanity. If you guys are wondering what the heck is in the back, that's our jigsaw puzzle. If anyone wants to join the jigsaw puzzle right now, if anyone's been waiting for that, here, jigsaw puzzle, I think this works. If anyone wants to start doing the jigsaw puzzle, it's only 100 pieces, so I figured I'd start easy, and we can get a little harder further in. But if anyone wants to play that in the background while I'm still going over everything with the charity stream, I figured I'd put that here, especially because we have, I can't believe you guys. Thank you guys so much. I'm so broken and you guys are still helping. Thank you. Oh, man. All right. Let me see. How do I make it so that you guys... I think that's my next real quick thing, if you guys don't mind. Hold on. Let me go to my layout. Not that layout. I need to go to the layout so that I can edit it so that you guys can see the alerts. Because right now you can't see the alerts, which is whack. Wait, you should be able to see the alerts though, because it's through Streamlabs. And Streamlabs has Tiltify. Wait. No. Oh, you know what's... I think this is dumb. But you know what it is? I think through the Tiltify alerts on Streamlabs, you have to actually set up which campaign it's reading from. And right now it's set up to the old campaign. And that's why it's probably not working. So let me find that really fast. I gotta find it. I have to find it before someone else does a donation. I would feel so bad. Oh, someone's in here. Heck yeah, let's do the puzzles. Here, I'll move a little bit. I know you guys can see it on your end, but I'll move a little bit so you guys can see a little bit of the puzzling while we're just chatting. Okay. Where is Tiltify? Here it is. Tiltify. And... where is it? Oh, is it connected through another thing? Is that what's going on? Why? Why does this have to be whack sometimes? Why are you whack? The whackening. Let me check my connections real quick. Is that what it's called? Twitch? No. My brain. Okay, here it is. Can I just... okay, search Streamlabs. Tiltify. Goal settings. Tipping... no. Tiltify. Platform integrations. Here it is. Manage. Okay, this is why I think it's silly. Because you have to... there we go. So, alerts should work now. They should work now. They should. And it's probably gonna be saying, like, VSS. I'm so sorry. It's gonna say VSS for the alerts. Please just ignore it. It's not. It's not for VSS. Oh, I am beans, bro. I am absolute beans. And for those that don't know, I know a lot of you already know, but for those that don't know, you only need to use a browser for this. There's no download necessary if anyone wants to play the Jigsaw. But while you guys are doing the Jigsaw, I'll go over some of the Tiltify stuff. Should be halfway is 250. Wait, no, it's 200. 200 pounds. Oh yes, 250 USD. True. Hot dog. You guys are so kind. Thank you so much. The processing fee, yeah, Tiltify takes its I thought Tiltify doesn't take a cut. I thought Tiltify doesn't take a cut. Correct me if I'm wrong, Manbear would know, I believe. We went over 1/3 of our team goal. What's the team goal again? I think it was, I don't remember. I'm as a Tanuki, I'm something, that's for sure. Is the mic choppy? Wait, let me know if the mic is choppy. Is it still choppy right now? Sorry, I'm catching back up on chat. Oh. Aw, thank you, Jack. Hi, Bone Marrow. Oh, I'm glad to hear. It sucks that it was, like, almost ghosted on, but I'm glad to hear that you got it. They're paid by the charities. I don't know why. I don't know why there's a processing fee, then. Aw, Z. Welcome in, Z. I saw you a little earlier, but I was still catching up and trying to settle things. Hi, Raccoon. Hi, Mika. 1,000 pounds. We're almost there. We're over 1/3. Let's go. Mike's choppy. Okay. Let me think. Why might that be? I'm gonna turn off Shoosh, because I don't think I need that on anymore. Once I figure out how to turn it off. And I guess I'll unplug my mic. Let's see. Freda, welcome in. Hello. Hi, Sick Ripper. Here, let me unplug my mic and restart it. Hold on a sec. Okay, is it a little better now? Is it still choppy? I hope not. Yeah. Everyone set their goals to 1K each. No, mine's set to 500. Mine set, or 400 pounds, 500 USD. I'm not insane. I don't know if I could reach something like that. WWE, we could... Oh, it's nice to see you guys too. Still choppy? Are the yeah, they're fully plugged in. Here, let me take a listen to what it sounds like. Hold on, I'm gonna make this disappear for a second. Okay. Let me see what it sounds like on my end. Hi, Sako! My microphone's a little broken right now. We're gonna try to fix it. Once I fix my microphone, we'll actually finally go over all of the details for the donos. And I have some incentives to do too. Thank you for your patience. Less staticky? Okay, let's take a listen. Ready? Oh, I see what you guys mean. Okay. I'll try unplugging everything really quick, if you guys don't mind. I'll unplug everything and see if that might be why. I don't know why. Hi, Sako! Thank you for that, Sako! Here. Let me see if I can unplug everything and see if that makes it less choppy sounding and weird. Ugh. Okay, how does this sound now? I unplugged one thing. I still have other things to unplug though, if it's not better. Or if it is, I hope so. I hope you're doing really well, Sako. Heck yeah. Bro, I was so, man, I'm so tired from the weekend. I'm so tired. Oop, oh, did I make it worse? No. No. Still choppy? Okay, let me unplug a different one. Ready? Let's see if this one will do it. Oh, I hope I don't break my monitor. Okay, is it plugged back in? That one doesn't actually click when it plugs in. That's kind of weird. Here, okay, let's see. Let me unplug another one. One sec. Okay, I unplugged all my connections. Oh, it's fixed? Oh, crap, I just unplugged another one. Crap. Is it better now? Let me know. Never mind. No! No! Oh, okay, what might be doing it? It might be live duty. I hope it's not, though, because that would suck a lot. Let me try closing a bunch of stuff. Is your gain turned up? It should not be, no. I don't have any filters on here. I have a limiter on here, technically, but the limiter... Here, I'll turn the limiter off. Okay, I turned the limiter off. Did that make it less choppy, or is it still, like, choppy now? That was the only filter I have on here, though. The booba. Hi, Fabi. Wait, why? Why do you say that, Fabi? Aww. No change, a little choppy. Okay, I turned the limiter back on, but I'm not quite sure why it's doing that. That's weird. And it just recently started happening. Oh gosh, this scared me. Okay. I'll switch it. Let's see. How does this work? New room? I don't think that's what I wanted, but I guess that's what we're gonna do. Can I go back? Does that load? Okay. Oh no, I think I do have to do a new room. Because it doesn't let me edit this. Oh. Okay, I'll start a new room. You guys are so fast. Fine, if we're gonna go that fast, then I'm gonna up the puzzle pieces to like 200 instead. Let's see, what's another image we could do? I'll give you guys the other image that was made by the same artist. Spelly. We'll do 200 puzzle pieces this time. No, I'll do 250. Ooh. And I'll make it hard by disabling, even though you guys can see it right here, I'll disable the thing. It's gonna be a different link though, so if you guys were in the previous one, hit this one. Or hit this link. Wait, I did that wrong. Jigsaw puzzle link. Doing puzzles is one of my hobbies. Honestly, doing jigsaw puzzles are so fun. That's why I was like super looking forward to doing this. There you go. There's the link. All right, we're getting people in. It's fun. I'm glad you guys like it. Hey, we could do an even harder one. I'm just trying to get through telling you guys about the charity. But once I start doing the jigsaw with you guys, we can do an even harder one. Heck yeah. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you guys about the charity, and then I'm going to do the incentives because we have a crap ton of incentives to do already. Help me. Okay, so yeah, look at our goal so far. Oh, and I think I have it set up. If anyone, I mean, you don't have to. I'm not like trying to force anyone, but if anyone wants to double check that we have the notifications coming up, $2 USD, which is like one something in pounds, for the sticky notes. You see them on the left, you see my name on the sticky notes. If anyone would like that, $2, and so we can see that. You don't have to, of course. I'm not like, you know, but if, you know, for charity. For the charity. Okay, let me see what the incentives are real quick. And let me know if you guys see it come up, because I might not see it come up, because Maestro's here now, and he's bugging me. I don't even mean it in a bad way. Wow. Okay, so our incentives. We'll go through incentives first. Our incentives, like I was just mentioning, are the sticky notes. It's literally the same as last time. $2 for a sticky note, or I think it's 158 pounds for a sticky note on the stream, and it stays up the entire week, so all 4 days. So if you want one, if you get one today, it'll be up all like Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Heck yeah. Next one is for $5 USD, which is 3.95 pounds. I don't know how to read pounds. You could do either Ask Me Anything lore related, so related to the VTuber, and I'll answer to the best of my ability. Keep in mind that I can't spoiler things that are supposed to be for debut, so if you ask me, like, tell me Spelly's lore, I could tell you what I can, but I can't tell you everything. But, or you can ask about other characters too, if you want to ask about any of the other OCs. And I will answer to the best of my ability. Same with $5 for the opposite spectrum. $5 for Ask Me Anything Streamer Edition. So if you want to ask anything about the person behind the VTuber, you could ask me stuff. You could ask me personal stuff, but obviously I probably won't answer. So just letting you guys know, I'll answer to the best of my ability again. I don't like to get too personal about that kind of stuff, but I mean, you can ask me easy thing, like, we'll see. If you want to ask before the donation as well, like, can I ask you this? If you think it's too personal, you could ask me that, so that I can,
People could be weird about it.
I hope they won't be weird about it. Oh, my alarm's going off, hold on. Stop.
That effort's back.
Yeah, I know. $10 USD, which is 7.89 in pounds, for Truth or Dare. So, I will ask, do you want, or... wait. It's basically like you asking me truth or dare, and so I will let you know if I want truth or dare, and then you have to ask either a truth or you have to give me a dare. Now, obviously, I'm limited because I don't have a camera. I'm not turning on a camera. So I'm limited to what I could do on stream or social media and stuff like that, but I will do a dare as long as it's appropriate, and I will do a truth as long as the question's appropriate. Twitch TOS, guys, since we are on Twitch. We're still on Twitch. I think my mic is broken too. That kind of sucks. Yeah. It's like choppy right now. Yeah. I'm glad you guys find it fun. Can we do 800 piece? Yeah, we could do 800 next. Absolutely. Oh, I know, it does sound hard. I think they can do up to 1,000 pieces the highest. 1,000 pieces the highest. Or maybe we'll continue ramping up. So this one we're doing 250. We'll do maybe 400 next. Or we'll just keep ramping up instead of going straight to the hardest. Whose art? Good question. I will give you guys the artist of who made the art for the previous one and for this one in just a moment. $2. Exactly. $2. Yes, Meister's in the same room. He's getting ready to leave. He's getting ready to leave soon. The next one is 1 minute steppies. I have a steppy machine that allows me to, it's like a cycle machine, but it's a miniature one. So it allows me to do like a bunch of steppies. I will do that for 1 whole minute for, I think it's 20 USD, which is 15.79 pounds. Sorry again, it's really weird in pounds, but I have it translated to USD, so you guys don't have to worry. Or if you want to check it yourselves, you can, but it should all be good in the hood. And for the 25 USD, which is 19.73 pounds, disable my Control Z for 10 minutes when we do art. So Probably not. Even if you guys redeem it this stream, I'll probably wait until next stream when we're actually doing art, so that way it's fair. But I'm crying. You guys, if you don't know, a lot of artists, when they do digital art, they use Control-C all the time. It's like using an eraser, but even better. So I would die a little bit. And then, those are all of our incentives. If you ever want to see again what our incentives are, we have a command called ! Incentives. There you go. And it'll tell you guys our incentives converted into USD. Oh wait, I didn't even tell you about the biggest one. So, $50 USD, which is 39.46 pounds. Digital VTuber mystery bag. What the heck does that mean? It is a VTuber mystery bag full of VTuber assets. So if you are a streamer, a VTuber, or if you have friends that are VTubers and you guys like to use little assets, whether that's for social media or for your streams or anything, I will make a mystery bag of assets for you guys. So that could range from little hats for your characters. It could range from like some of the little things you see around my stream, like borders, the overlays and stuff. It could range from alerts. It could be animated stuff, but it is a mystery bag. That means you guys don't get to decide what it is, but I will at least try to make it something that you could have some use out of. I'm not gonna just, like, if you're a space VTuber, I'm not gonna give you like a race car because I don't think you'd ever use it. So I will at least keep in mind what type of VTuber you are, but otherwise it is a mystery bag full of goodies that you can use for your streams and stuff. And that is made by moi. That's me. Then we have, for our goals, which we already hit some of them. Which ones did we hit? We hit the first two already. Holy crap. Our first goal was to unlock one weekend stream, so we will unlock a weekend stream, which is perfect for me because I honestly need to spend a little more time doing some work. So we will unlock a weekend stream. It probably won't be this weekend because I do have plans for this weekend, but next weekend maybe? I'll let you guys know. If you're not in the Discord already, please feel free to join the Discord and I'll let you guys know exactly when that weekend stream will happen later. The next one, recorded art tutorial on stream. I've been wanting to do this. As you guys know, I just don't have any time. So I've been wanting to do this, but we will record an entire art tutorial on stream. The last one we did was for blinking. I think I'm actually gonna do something a little different this time. I'm gonna do a, what's it called? I'm gonna do a principle of animation this time, rather than just like, oh, here's how you do this specific thing. It's gonna be, here's how you do something that animators use in general as like a rule of animation. I don't know exactly which one I'm gonna do just yet, but I'm gonna do an animation tutorial for one of them, for one of the principles of animation. So I think that's gonna be a lot of fun, and we already unlocked it, so I have to do it. So the 3 that we have not unlocked yet, but we are getting there. Chat controls my art. You guys know those games where you can control someone's game by typing in chat? Think of it like that, but instead of gaming, since we don't really do gaming here all the time, you guys get to control my art. That means you can control what brush I'm using by typing a certain message and it'll change my brush. You can control the color of my brush by typing in basic like red, blue, green colors and stuff. You can control the size of my brush. You can control like, is it an eraser? Is it like, I don't know, a paintbrush, a pen tool, stuff like that. You get to control all of that once we unlock it. So it'll be fun. You guys basically just type in the chat like what you want to control or what you want to do. And I'll make sure I have like a list of things you can do so you guys can check it out too. The next one, create and auction a character design. I've been wanting to do this for so long. Basically on stream, I'm gonna spend an entire stream creating an entire character design. And then we're gonna try our best. I've never auctioned before. I don't even know how to do it. I've never done it before. But we're gonna attempt to auction it on Twitter, on that Twitter app. Or on Toy House, either or. I gotta figure out how auctions even work. I'm gonna have to ask Sleepy, or I'm gonna have to ask someone that does other auctions before. But once I figure out how to do auctions and stuff, we're going to create the character design, then we're gonna auction it. We're basically gonna sell it. It'll be fun, it'll be fun. And then finally, last but not least, our final goal is to design an official Academy uniform. If you did not know, here at the Academy, we have, you know, we are a school. The whole stream thing. We are like a school right here, right now. We are an art club as part of the Academy. But believe it or not, we don't have an official uniform for students for the school yet. So we will finally design an entire Academy uniform for students here at the Academy. Never before have we done that. So I'm excited for it. I'm excited. Hi, Animal uniform, yeah! So that's our final goal at 500 USD. Well, okay, technically 505 USD, but it's 400 pounds. I just wanted to keep it so it was like even. But I look forward to it. I look forward. So we finally went over, and if you guys ever want to see once again the goals, it is exclamation point goals. So you could take another sneaky peeky. It is converted into USD. I probably should have put converted to USD, and I forgot again. But it's converted to USD, even though it's in pounds on Tiltify. So once again, if you guys don't know, we are doing a charity stream. We are currently doing a charity stream for this whole week. Today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. We are doing a charity stream for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust. Again, it's a UK thing. That's why it's in pounds on Tiltify. But I have converted everything to USD for you guys. And I think that's everything. I think that's everything we went over. That was a lot of talking. Sorry, I was like, Right, you guys asked about the artist. So the artist of who made this, I will give you them right now. I'm a little sad because today one of my skebs got canceled because it went over the time. So I'm a little sad. I was like, no. Very unrelated. Here is the artist, if you guys want to know. This is the artist who made the art that you guys are currently working on and the previous art that you guys did for the Jigsaw puzzles. There you go. You want to know more about Keone or Kin? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, hold on. I need a drink. I've been talking for so long. About to misuse the... Chat controls my art. Oh boy. Do subs count towards the thingy? Unfortunately, they don't because it's not through Tiltify. Everything is through Tiltify. I would love to say, you know, hey, if you guys donate to me through subs, I will then donate it myself to Tiltify, which I theoretically could do. But just to keep everything easy, because I have no idea what's going specifically for the charity and what's not going for the charity, like later in the month, because I only get payouts once a month. If you don't know, streamers only get paid once a month. So just to keep things very easy on me, because I have a lot on my plate right now, it's all through Tiltify. It is all through Tiltify. So if you guys do not know, subs, bits, hold on, subscriptions, gifted subscriptions, bits, and donations that are not through Tiltify do not go towards the charity. So if you would like to donate towards the charity, please, please donate, either using this link right here. Oh, I almost clicked, I almost spelled it wrong. It's 2 letters, I almost spelled it wrong. Either do it through that link right there, or we do have a panel below the stream, which has the same exact link if you would rather click on the image. Either one of those two work. Yes, please. Yeah, we're doing a charity stream, Animon. Thank you for the grades. Whee! There we go. I think I got through. I was still talking fast. I had to go through so much. Hi, Kit Kat. Welcome in. Oh, the Socko's so cute. Aw. Must admit, both were on your art fight radar. We didn't know him. Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, Kin and Keone. I know a lot about Kin. I still have some stuff to learn about Keone, but I do know a lot about Kin in the very least. So if you want to know more about Kin, I could definitely help you out there. But if you wanted to know more about Keone, it would be a little harder to. It'd be a little harder to let you know because I still have to learn it myself. Yeah, it's just to let you guys know. So let's see what we actually hit. If you didn't know, we got some donations already. So let's take a sneaky peeky. Let's take a little sneaky peeky as to what it is. Kid, all right. Overview. No, wait. Here it is. So thank you so much to Grim, Miso, and Dynamite. What the heck? Thank you guys! Ah! Okay, let's see what you guys got. Oh no! It doesn't show me. It doesn't show me if you guys wanted any rewards, so please let me know. Please let me know if you would like any rewards for the amount donated. Please let me know. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. 10 more days. For Spelly to get to work on that? Wait, for me to work on what? Miso, or not Miso, oh my gosh, Anamon. The minimum was 10 pounds at the time? Was it really? It doesn't let you do 2 pounds? Wait, hold on. Sorry, drinking. It should let you do 2 pounds. Well, not 2 pounds. 2 USD, which is 1.58 pounds. Sorry. I keep forgetting that this is in pounds and not, like, other stuff. You can change them out. Yeah, you can change them out in the... But if you click on the link now, it should specifically let you select rewards. Sorry about that, but let me know, because I'll just give you the rewards, even if it wasn't selected. In fact, if you want, I'll send out a DM to you guys just in case, so it makes it easier on me to remember. Which rewards would you like up to the amount? Ooh woo. Alright, I'm sending you guys messages just in case some people aren't either able to hear or it's just easier, if it's easier through, Discord DM. Let me know. Thank you guys again so heckin' much, though. Thank you. Okay, I had to send those messages out. 10 more days, the Academy learned. Oh, I'm so excited. I am so excited. You guys are gonna be like, wow, it's more than you think. It's more than just like me going over, you know, lore and stuff. I have a whole thing set up for it. I'm very excited for it, Anima. Yay. Aw, the sticky note, I got you, Grim. We can do a sticky note, no worries. Heck yeah, sticky notes are the best. Hi, Zan. I had the hiccups. Hi, Xander. Are you about ready? Alright, let me give you the sticky note, and then Maestro had- No, don't- Can you imagine if I had it? Do you guys want an exclamation point hiccup? I do hiccup a lot, but I don't know if you guys want that. How do you do the puzzle? We have the puzzle link right here, if you want to join in for the Jigsaw puzzle. Here you go. Oh. Sorry, I spelled it wrong. There we go. If you guys want to check out the Jigsaw puzzle. Oh, you've been busy? I definitely feel it. I've been good, though. Do you guys want a hiccup? Do you actually want that? But yeah. Let me give you the sticky note real quick, Grim. And after that, I'm going to really quickly say goodbye to Maestro because he's gonna be hopping out. So I'll let you guys continue doing the Jigsaw in the meantime. This is a nice song. Wait, I gotta find it. Here it is. Let me pin this to my quick access so I can easily find it when need be. And I'll unpin the VTuber SummerSlam. There we go. Okay, sticky notes. Let's make a sticky note real quick. It was Grim. Let's see. Grim's name is like a yellow color. I'll make it a little more orangey yellow than just like yellow. There we go. And let me write Grim. Alright, you should be able to see it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's Grim! Look at Grim! Hi, Grim! Jiggle Slacky, what do you mean? Jiggle. Whee! Yeah, hi, Kuni! Alright, gang. I hope you guys are enjoying the Jigsaw. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go say goodbye to Maestro while you guys are finishing up the jigsaw. Here, I'll zoom out a little bit so you guys can see a little bit more. And let me move my bean boy. Let me move my bean boy. Whee! Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. And I feel like you guys are gonna complete the jigsaw before I get back. So if you guys do, we'll start up when I get back. So I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you guys so much. Okay, bye. Hey yo, I'm just here to really quickly help do the puzzle so I can switch it before, because I feel like it's gonna take me a while to say goodbye to Maestro. So I feel like it'd be more fair if I help you guys finish this. So don't mind me, I'm just, we're almost there. Because I feel like it's gonna take me longer than, you know. Go wait for Prince. It's true, but the reason why I want to finish it real fast is so I could just start up the next one. Because otherwise you guys would be sitting, trust me, streamer things. Trust me on this. I know, yeah. Oh, this goes here. See, look, teamwork wait, what? Teamwork makes the dream work. Can someone grab that? We did it! Yay! Alright, let me start the next one. It's gonna be 400 pieces. I hope you guys are ready for this. Oh my gosh. Let's see, what image do we want to do this time? And I'll give you guys the artist. Here, we'll do this one. I'll give you guys the artist once I get back. Spelly! 400 pieces. Hot dog. You guys ready for this? Let's do this. Leroy. Okay, now I will be back. Jigsaw puzzle. I'll be back in like 5-10-ish minutes, which is why I wanted to start up the next one before, because I know it's gonna take me a hot minute, so I'll be back though. Thank you guys. Okay, we're back. I'm alive. Honestly, I thought you guys were gonna be done with the puzzle and I was worried. I was like, no. I was like, no, please. Okay, we're back though. I can't breathe. I like ran over. For no reason. I didn't even have to run. Cheese. Aw. Yes. Oh, wait. You thought, you thought I'd come back and you felt chat with cheese. The cheese. Alright, if you guys... let me know. Did I miss anything? Breathing hard. Let me know if I missed anything. Please feel free to repost it. I do not mind. But I just got back. Take a breath. I had to run all the way from outside. Oh no. I don't believe. Okay. I'll take a drink right now. I was just thinking the same thing. Look at us go. Heck yeah. Zoom. I'm gonna cover this corner. Sorry for anyone in that corner. Let me put my headphones back on so I can actually hear stuff. Oh man, is my microphone still broke? Ugh. Let me put my wrist strap back on and I'll stretch. I'll stretch right now. Oh yeah, not that hair. Oh, thank goodness. I don't want to jinx it, but thank goodness. Did we get anything from Dynamite and or Miso about the stuffs? Oh, okay. Miso, what would you like to ask? What would you like to ask about Kinslore? I DM, thank you, Miso. I'll give you your sticky note right now. Let me open the thing though. Sticky note. Alright, I'll give you guys both sticky notes. Thank you again so much for this. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bam. Oh man, why is it going so slow? Oh no. Clip Studio's being really wonk. I was going for like 2 seconds. Alright, we got Miso and Dynamite. Give me one moment. Let me type Dynamite. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Alright. Dynamite, your color is blue. So I will give you a blue sticky note. It's gonna be blue. It's gonna be blue. I don't think I can fit Dyna and Mike on the same line, so it's gonna look like 2 words. Dynamite. There we go. You're... Alright. Now you should be able to see them. Yay! They're right there. Miso and Dynamite, thank you guys again! Thank you. Mike broke again. Did it really? What? I just got back. No. Overall, like, personality, fave pastimes, the works. Give me something specific. It's an ask me anything, so you could ask me a question, but not like, tell me all about this character. I mean, I guess technically you could say that, but I think it's easier if you just ask me a question, and the reason being is because I don't... If I give you an overall, it's gonna be really, really vague and brief. Because I don't know what else to say. What does Ken like to do? So Ken likes to do... Honestly, think of a golden retriever. And... for the most part, playing games, not like fetch or frisbee and stuff, but kind of like fetch and frisbee. Outdoor games, running around. She loves running around. She's also a marching band instructor, so she loves music. She loves movement. It's a bigger thing. She loves music, but she loves moving more, which is why she does marching band in specifically. And those are the kinds of things she really, really likes doing. In fact, I can give you more detail. Let me open up a thing. I give you a little more detail about the things she likes. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah. She really likes all of her friends. Her best friend being Mine, although Mine does not feel the same way about her. She really likes going for walks. She loves treats. She loves treats, snacks. Like I said, anything you can think of really with dogs or golden retrievers, really fits for her personality. And she loves helping other people, especially because she was helped in her past. So that's like something that she likes to, give to other people, is to help them. Yeah, there you go. Mine, yeah, Mine. Aw, poor Mine. Mine needs to go through a redesign at some point, but we'll get there when we get there. Alright, let's jigsaw it up. Let's see. Oh, there's too many pieces. Marine Boy! Marine Boy, thank you so much. I missed it. Wait, did you guys see it pop up? Did you guys see it pop up on the stream or no? Is it still broken? Marine Boy, thank you so much for the donation. I'll give you your sticky note right now. Right meow. Oh, where are the sticky notes? Here they are. Do you ever hang out on VRC? I'm watching you right now, VRC. I do, Sako. I do very often. I just don't do it on stream very often. Actually, tonight I'm gonna be in VRC. But I do hang out there a lot. I don't know how you're able to type, though. Oh, are you in VR or are you on PC? Because, whenever I'm in VR, like, you can type, it's just harder to type. I'm not a very fast VR typer. Thank you again, Marine Boy! Let's see. Here you go, Marine Boy. Put you right there. Can you guys see that? If I do that, bam, 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 bam. There's Marine Boy. Hey, yo! Thank you again, Marine Boy. Yeah, get your names on the sticky notes. It's only $2 USD. Or one something in pounds. I don't know. But it's $2 USD. I'm sorry, I don't know pounds. Aww. So cute. Thank you, Sako. Sako sent me a photo. Oh, it's so cute. A desktop? Aw. I like hanging out. I don't have my VR right now. Maestro's borrowing it. But I really like hanging out in VR. Mine's meanie. Honestly, Mine is kind of a meanie, though. Too many pieces are not enough. What do you mean not enough? I didn't pop it. I was busy. I did not see it pop up, but I was also kind of gone. Let me tell you, Sako. Hold on. I'm going to tell you a secret. Alright. Mine really is a meanie? Maybe. If you want to find out, it's $5 towards the charity. I'm evil! Aw. You do it in the beginning before you fix it? Wait, Marine Boy did? I did not see that. Oh. I don't know why I didn't see that then. Cause I only saw Grim, Miso, and Dynamite earlier. Beans. Okay, we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait then to see if it's fixed for sure. I think we got everything good now though. All the commands. I think it's all good now. Yippee! I'm so excited. Okay, now I finally get the jigsaw. I've been wanting the jigsaw puzzle. I'm already overwhelmed though, because there's so many pieces. I wish I jigsawed when it was like not as many pieces. My brain. The worst part about it, or the hard part about it, is that, oh, my brain's derping. Oh, there's no reference image, so we just have to go based off of... Let me find edge pieces. Those are usually help. Oh, there's a lot going on, actually. I wish I could move it over to the left, though. Wait, can I zoom in without zooming in? Ah, that's good enough. That's good enough. My member? Ah, I see. We'll have to wait then. And to see. I should work, though. I'm 20% confident that it'll work. 20%. You pan with your right mouse? With my right mouse? Oh, does that work if I'm zoomed out? So if I'm zoomed out this far, can I still pan? Oh, I think it's because I'm zoomed out too far to let me pan. It lets me pan if I'm zoomed in, but not if I'm zoomed out. Sad. Let's see. Wait, this looks like it could connect here. This doesn't connect? It looks like it could really connect. No. Wait, there's another piece here. These look like they're getting somewhere. Wait, those connected. Oh! I'm getting somewhere. I'm doing it. I'm doing the thing. Wow. Wait, there's more pieces over here. I feel like these connect somehow. I don't know how. Maybe like this? Oh my goodness! There's so many pieces! Wait, can you guys even see that? Oh, you can't see it because it's covered. It's fine. My hat covered it. It's okay. Oh. Oh, congratulations, Z. Heck yeah. A piece of static, or can they be rotated? They're static. They're static. I can turn on rotation, but I feel like that would make it even harder. I don't know if you guys want rotation. I think it's hard enough without the rotation. But I have it turned off right now. I would cry otherwise. How do I join the puzzle? Do I just still have it copied? Right here. So, Jigsaw puzzle linku here is there. And there's no download. You don't have to download anything. It's just in the browser. We're all just hanging out. It's tough though. Rotato potato. Here's a blue. I see a blue. Here's some stars. I see another blue over here. Is this connected? Oh man, we're getting there. We're getting somewhere. Oh. I also see like stitches. Like pink stitches. It would make so much more sense to do the edge pieces, but here I am not. A high DPI screen? Wait, a high DPI screen would help. Wait, the Jigsaw puzzles? It's a head breaker? Heck yeah. That's what makes it even more fun when it's finished. I'm looking for what goes over here with the stitches. Ow. Oh. There's something here with the skirt piece. This is another skirt piece. Yeah, so like a screen with a high pixel density so you can see more pieces without zooming in. You mean like a bigger screen? Blah. has a little bit of blue in it. This piece also has a little bit of blue in it. Wait, does this connect? No. I'm like messing up with someone's stuff. I need to stop. Wait, does this connect? No. Too many colors. Too many similar colors. Ree. Does this connect here? No? Okay. Never mind. Oh, I see this is connecting over here. Oh. Oh wait, I found an edge piece. Here? Oh! I connected it. Yes. Maybe I'll pick it'll be more puzzle pieces, but I'll pick something a little more colorful the next time. This is tough. Here's a string. I found a string. It doesn't connect with any of the other strings. Do you have the original to go off of? Yes and no. I have it because I uploaded the image, but no one else does. Now, I'm not even using it though. I'm not using it. That's what makes this so hard, is that no one knows what the original image looks like. You're collecting similar pieces that everyone rated in my section. Sorry, I think I'm one of them. I'll just stay to looking for edge pieces. This doesn't connect, right? Oh, it does. Oh. This doesn't connect though, right? No, okay. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure. Have a good lurk, Van Bear. Thank you. Ah. Let's see. Are there any more edgy pieces? And remember, there's no rotations. I can turn rotations on, but it will make it a lot harder if I do. Just a fair, to be fair. This does not connect here, right? It's not that small of a puzzle, right? Oh, it does. Oh, this is a small puzzle. Sorry. I'm like moving things around. Oh, it's not that small. My tree! Sorry. Whee! Oh! Wait, things are getting moved. Oh, this is a small puzzle. No, it's missing one. We're missing like one edge piece. Man. Ooh. Does anyone see an edge piece? We're missing one on the right edge. It's gotta be mixed in somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah, now try connecting that. Ah, yes, we got it. Okay, we got the basics of it. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, connect it right there. Yay! Oh, wait, is it not connecting? There's a lot of edge pieces. Oh, is it this? We're still missing some edge pieces, though. One edge. We're missing one edge piece. Oh, I don't think we are. There we go. I kind of want to move everything over. But it's okay. It's so hard to find the edge pieces. There is an option to move all edge pieces into a different section away from all the other pieces, but then I feel like it would be too easy. At least for the edge, and then, you know. I guess it's not a biggie, but maybe on the next one, I will allow for people to see the actual full image itself. Or what do you think? Do you guys think it's we should allow for like to see the full image? I think we're doing okay. I think we're doing okay too. No, it'd be too easy. I agree. I'll just keep it the way it is and just add more pieces next time. I'll try to do a more colorful image though. Because this one, I mean, it's colorful, but it's a lot of the same color. So I'll try to do one that's a little different next time. Oh, there we go. This is so hard. Oh. Thank you for moving it. What's so hard? It's so many pieces. Oh. My pieces. So many pieces. Somewhere in there. I don't know. Trying to center it. That's okay. It's good where it is now. Oh, there's so many pieces down here too. All of these pieces seem so foreign. I don't know what goes where. You'd think, because it's coming along, you'd think at least like with the bow, the like stripies over here, I'm still like, what? Looks like fun. It is. It is. I like doing little jigsaw puzzles. Whoa! I think someone accidentally grabbed the whole thing. You know, sometimes I forget that you can just look at the like puzzle pieces themselves rather than like the colors and the shapes and stuff. You could also see the shape of the puzzle piece. And I forget that sometimes. Like this one probably goes here because of the shape. Heck yeah, look at us go. So like I'll try to find this one right here via shape. So it's all inward except for the bottom one is an outward piece. So this one probably? No. No, that's not it though. Because it has gold. This one maybe? Yay, we did it! Alright, I'll see if I can find this one's all inward pieces and the gold should be on the right. Let's see, what has gold on? Ah! Someone else got it. So fast. Let's see if we can find these two. So it's gonna be one that's inward, but I can't tell what the last one is. This one's all inward. I don't know if that's... No, that's not it though. I put that back. Let's see. All inward, at least on the right side of it. Like this? No, that's too bright. This one? No. This is tough. This one. No. Have a good meeting, Lucky. Thank you, thank you. This one? I did it. I got one. I gotta find the last one. It's two inwards on the sides and outwards on the top and the bottom. It's gonna be like a blue-ish. Two inward and outwards. What is this piece? I'm gonna move it. Oh, this piece has inwards and outwards. I don't think it's the right color, though. No, it's not. And this is too dark, right? Yeah. Although this might go somewhere in the... Here? Oh! We got one! I don't know how I did that. Oh, I was gonna tell you guys all about storage. Oh my goodness. So, this weekend, I basically spent the whole weekend working on... Oh wait, hold on. I just realized that the thing was really loud. Not that that's necessarily bad, but I do like the music. This whole weekend, I spent doing storage. So, I went there the first day. Okay, you guys are gonna cry a little. I cried a lot, so... I went through my storage, and the whole point of going through storage was to move things from cardboard boxes to, like, plastic bins. Because the last time I was in storage was like a year ago. I had learned that a bunch of mice had been eating away at my stuffed animals and at my, like, all my stuff. And I was like, oh, hell no. So I know it took forever to try to get back to my storage. Oh, this goes here. Yay! It took forever for me to actually go back to my storage. But yeah, I know I had to throw away. I had over like, let me think, a total? I think I had like 5 trash bags of stuff. Like the big black trash bags with the red drawstrings. I don't remember the exact like weight or anything. That doesn't matter. I had 5 of them of just crap I had to throw away from my storage. All of it was trash. It's an outdoor storage, but for the record, which it sucks, but yeah. And I donated a lot of stuff too. I donated like 4 bags or 5 bags worth of stuff, toys and clothing and stuff like that. So I got rid of a lot of stuff in storage. But that's not even the sad part. Did you adopt the mice? No, if I could have, I would have. Oh wait, I don't want to say that to you. Never mind. Hi, Anna! Welcome in! Welcome in, Anna! But, yeah, so basically my storage was it was awful because mice kept chewing through all my stuff. I was worried mostly about my books and I have like over 200 Pokemon plushies, and I was kind of worried about all of them. So we went through most of my storage, but I didn't get to go through all of it, unfortunately. But on the first day we were out there, we opened a bunch of boxes, went through a lot of stuff, and then we started feeling it. And then we started feeling it. What, you ask? The rain. Imagine having everything out. Cardboard boxes, all of your books, everything was out. And then you start feeling drizzling. You start feeling drizzling. And I was like, oh no. And TLDR, it poured. It poured. Very fast too. I was able to get, I got all of my cardboard stuff back in. And I was able to get in all the wooden stuff so that the wooden wouldn't, like, do anything too bad. But let me tell you, the one thing that I was not able to get back into the storage that got drenched. And you guys might cry with me. Ready? Actually, you know what? Take a guess. Take a guess. I'll give you one hint. It was so big. It was a big object that it was so hard to, like, move back into the storage that we weren't able to get it back in time before it got drenched. Also, they were chewing through everything because I did have some food particle things. Like I had Bean Boozle, for example. They ate up all of my Bean Boozles. They ate up I had Bean Boozle in storage. They ate through that. I don't know how. And then they also ate this one stuffed animal had, like jelly beans tied around its neck. It's like one of those Valentine's Day gift things. That's gone. All those jelly beans are gone, and all those plushies and stuff were all chewed through and stuff. Probably trying to find the food. I'm surprised because it was wrapped up in like 5 layers of stuff, let alone it was like in a box and stuff. I don't know. They found it though. A bed? Actually, Miso, you're right. It was a mattress. And the mattress, they are not, sorry, I was thinking about the mice. The mattress got drenched and it's ruined. I lost my mattress. Which really sucks. In my little futon, if anyone knows, back in my college days, I used to sleep on a futon. That mattress is gone. It's gone now. Yeah. I'll have to buy a new one. We were able to save the wooden, like it was on a wooden frame. So we saved the frame, but when I do inevitably move out, and we want to use that wherever I move to as either a bed or a couch even, like a futon, I'll have to buy another mattress. It sucks, but it sucks. It sucks mostly because we were able to get everything else inside, and we were ready. Like we were trying to move around everything and get the mattress back in. But by the time we got to the mattress, it was drenched. Like it was soaked. So we let it sit out. When the rain was gone, which the rain was gone in like 10 minutes. So imagine 10 minutes of downpour. It was gone in like 10 minutes. And then it was sunshine. So we let it sit out in the sunshine and stuff. And it didn't really help. It's gone at the end of the day. But we're going to throw it away around in the fall time. Just in case. Maybe it's salvageable. I highly doubt. It's going to get mildew. Or worse, it's going to get mold on it. So we're going to have to throw it out around the fall time when we get the big dumpsters. It sucks. My community only gets big dumpsters around the fall time, and that's it. Otherwise, we don't have dumpsters to throw away something as big as a mattress in. We're almost done! And I'll do 500 pieces next. Yippee! Heck yeah! We did it! We did it! Okay, I'll start the next one. Let's see, what do we want to do? Hey, you want to do miso? Sorry. Misos? Heck yeah. 500 pieces. It'll be called Spelly. Spelly. And look, it even has words on it. All right, we'll do miso. Whoa. Sorry, I'm trying to get... I accidentally have, like, hands turned on. I am trying my hardest. I don't know what the button is to get rid of them, though. There we go. What the heck? Alright, let me give you guys the link for this one. For anyone else that would like to play. All I am. Jigsaw, puzzle. Ahoy. There you go. For anyone that would like, yeah, this one's 500. Actually, to be more specific, it's 522 pieces because it didn't let me do 500 alone. Oh man, I'm gonna work on edges. That's me. I'm edge girl. Yeah, but this one has words this time, so that should make it a little easier. So, oh, who knows what I think about? What I think about? Bow bow, bow bow, bow bow, bow bow. But yeah, so I lost a lot of plushies and a lot of things from my storage because of the rain. Wait, is this an edge? I can't even see. No, it's not. Because of the rain, I lost some stuff, and mostly because of the mice, I lost a lot of stuff. So I'm a bit sad about that, but I can't do anything about that. No worries, Z. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wait, my new avatar. No, Shen, all that, TLDR, I lost a bunch of stuff because mice chewed through a bunch of my plushies and, other, like, I don't know, stuff. And then the rain, it started downpouring really bad, and my mattress actually got ruined. Because I wasn't able to get my mattress back into the storage before it got poured on. And that was basically the TLDR of it. And I was so sad, I was like, I mean, obviously it was a lot more frustrating then, but, you know, what's done is done. Can't do anything about it. Here and now. Here's an edge piece at the top. I'll put this at the top. Is this another edge piece? No. Some of them are so dark I can't see. Have a good one, Oz. No worries. Yeah, no worries. Oh, wait till, yeah. It's, there's a lot of pieces. There's a lot of pieces. I too get cumbered when there's too many pieces. Oop, did not mean to do that. I get lost easily. Same. But yeah, that was basically my storage story. Ooh, that connected. Otherwise, we got through a lot. I didn't get through it all, though. I want to go through all of my storage, but it's so much to do. Actually, my big thing that I want to do is get rid of a lot of stuff. But like I said, it's just so much. And I cannot do it alone. Like, I only do it whenever Meister comes over. Because he helps me. Because I'm not strong. There's a lot of storage, though. I can't wait to actually get rid of stuff. Or donate. I've actually wanted to try selling stuff, too, but I have no idea how that works. So I'm not in a rush to learn. I'd rather just donate, if possible. But there are some things that I can't donate. There's also, you know what I learned? I learned that it's actually really freaking hard to get rid of stuff that's big. So what I mean by that is, like, chairs, beds, wardrobe, stuff like that. It's actually really freaking hard to get rid of them. You'd think, oh, you just throw it on the dumpster. If only it was that easy. If only it was that easy. But it's not. There's like a process. You know, okay, you know that 1-800-GOT-JUNK thing? Let me tell you a little bit about that 1-800-GOT-JUNK thing. Because it costs $300 to $400 for them to bring out a truck just to take your junk. That's expensive. That's expensive. I don't want to pay that much just because I want to get rid of junk. I just kind of want to throw it at a dumpster and be done with it, you know? It already sucks that I gotta get rid of stuff. And then they're like, nah, but you gotta pay us a bunch of money for us to get rid of it. And I'm like, what? What? No. No, they don't take it. Wait, they don't take... 1-800-GOT-JUNK doesn't take it? That's what they... When I went to their website, it was like, hey, you pay us and we'll bring a truck over and we'll take your junk away. Like, we'll take your mattresses and stuff. That means you can't get... I'm not gonna get rid of you, Ayokuni. You're stuck with me. It's different. We donate any furniture we can. I don't know if I can donate. So the furniture that I have has mold and mildew all over it. I'm fine with donating it if someone else wants to clean it. I'm not cleaning it though. That's why it gets... plus I have monitors that are completely broken. Like those are things that I want to get rid of. And it's not... I wish it was as simple as just dump... It's not though. Oh. It sucks. Oh, I like that emote, Aokuni. No, sorry, it's delayed response. Normal trash doesn't take anything that doesn't fit in a... Oh, yeah. And that sucks. I mean, no. I get that. I do. But it's the idea of there's no one that I can call. No one that I can call to just take my junk for... I hate to say it like this, but for free. Like, I have a bunch of junk, like actual junk. I don't want to leave it sitting around. I definitely don't want to leave it outside. I don't want to leave it, you know... messing up the environment or anything. So you're telling me it's gonna, not you, but like in general, like humanity, it's telling me that it's gonna cost me extra money just to get rid of my junk? Like, come on. But realistically, if I play devil's advocate, there's no way they could do that for free because they have to send trucks out and stuff for that kind of stuff. So it makes sense that it's a paid service, but it sucks because I don't want to. I think the thing that gets me is if it's already junk, I already don't want it. So now I have to pay extra money to get rid of something I don't even want in the first place. I mean, shoot, if I was a lesser person than what I am, I'd just throw it on the side of the road and call it done, right? And you guys know people do that. You know people do that. You see it all the time, but that's just not who I am. Unfortunately. Because that would solve my problems easily. But no, I want to do it the right way. I want to be the good person, you know. I want to get rid of my junk properly. And to do that, it costs me freaking money. And that sucks. Ugh. Angie. It's also illegal. It's true. It's also just happens to be illegal. But that's what I mean. If it's illegal for me to just throw my stuff on the side of the road, can I at least have a service that'll take my stuff? I don't care. In fact, if I have a truck, which I don't really, I'd be fine with just bringing it somewhere for free. But you know what I found out also? They have these waste management facilities where you bring your junk, and guess what? It still costs money! It still costs money for you to bring your junk to their facility so they can like crush it or whatever they do with it. I don't care. It still costs money. When I'm the one transporting my junk, bro, my stuff. And it costs me money by the weight load. So what it does is you put your car on a weight thing, and then you take all the junk and you throw it in this big truck thing, and then they take the weight of your car afterwards, and then they'll charge you for the difference in the weight. So basically, however much your car weighs, with the junk and then without the junk, they give you a price for how much it was worth, for just the weight of the junk itself. But that's crazy. I went out of my way, put all this disgusting trash in my car or truck or whatever I used, and yet you're still gonna charge me, I guess? Bruh. That's all I have to say about that. I don't know. It's so strange to me. I'm not used to like all this waste management stuff. So every time I see like, you know, it costs me to get rid of junk, I'm like, what? I'm still separating edge pieces, don't mind me. Creature, hi, Jigsaw! Exactly, it is so wild. I'll drink right now. Insane. I'm so peeved by that. And I learned that this weekend because of the whole storage thing. That was my last sip of Rogue Energy. Thank you, Insane. How you doing today, Jigsaw? Yeah, we're Bean Boy. This is Bean Boy, and playing jigsaw puzzles on stream was a part of. Wait, did we get a donut? Was a part of our charity stream from 2 weeks ago. Poe! I guess it didn't work. That's stinky. I was hoping it would work. Okay, so then I guess I'm not gonna be able to see. I'm not gonna be able to see notifications today, alerts today. But hopefully it'll be fixed by tomorrow. I don't know why it's not working today. Let me go to my alert box and try testing it. Aw, you guys love the Bean Boy. Don't worry. It'll come back eventually. Once I debut, it'll come back. But we only have it for today because of the charity. Thank you guys so much again. Last charity, and thank you guys so much again this charity. Here, let me do a test. Can you guys see this? No, wait. Tiltify. No, you guys don't see that. You can hear it. That's so stinky. You guys should be able to hear that. Oh well, I think maybe it'll fix, because last time that happened to me, it fixed itself the next day. So maybe it'll fix for tomorrow. But for now, I'll just have to try to keep a vigilant eye and watch it myself. 1 minute steppies, you got it, Poe. I have a steppies machine. That's what I'm going to be using for the steppies. So let me grab my steppy machine real quick, and I'll do 1 minute. Where is it though? I don't know where oh, it's over here. Ugh. You would think I use it more often than I do, and I should, but currently I do not. Because this thing is supposed to fit underneath my desk. It's supposed to fit underneath my desk, and it doesn't, because my desk is too small. Sorry, there's the hiccups. All right. Thank you, Insane. That's very puzzling. Yeah, we're doing jigsaw puzzles today. Thank you again for the milestones that we hit last charity. Heck yeah. How many years do you think it'll take to finish this puzzle? Not very. We've been doing it for about 12 minutes now, and we're already getting pretty far. I'm surprised. You guys know how to jigsaw much better than I do. Yeah, the puzzles are actually a lot easier than they look. They look intimidating, but believe me, they're not that bad. All right. This has 5. No. I accidentally unplugged my thing. Hold on. Sorry, my headphones cable is super tangled up with all the rest of my cables, which is why you can't hear music anymore. But you should be able to hear the music again now. No? Now? Wait. Hello? Hold on, wait. You should be able to hear it now? Huh, I don't hear it. Do you guys hear anything? Can't play. Oh, I know why it was broken. It was broken because sometimes Spotify just breaks, and it made me nervous that I broke my headphones. Freaking Spotify, bro. Okay, it should work. Right? Meow. There we go. Okay. No, it was just Spotify being a butt. There we go. Oh, there's a Pokemon. Here, I'll turn on a timer now for 1 minute for the steppies. 1 min timer. Oh, let me get my feet ready, because usually when I type in 1 minute timer, it auto starts the timer, and I'm like, no. There it goes. Okay, it started. Ugh. I might not be able to have super tracking. I'm not going to be able to do the jigsaw puzzle while I do this. But that's okay. 1 minute of steppies. I have to, like, turn my body. My body is turned 90 degrees so that you can see my tracking with it. Ugh. No! I'm sorry to hear, Insane. Yeah, I hate when headphones break. My headphones broke the other day. Not that long ago. Well, like a few months ago, so it was a bit ago. But when it broke, I actually wound up unscrewing and taking apart the entire headphones and fixing them myself. I fixed them all by myself. Surprising. I'm not like a techie person or like a hardware person or anything. Oh, I caught the Dunsparce! Yay! I'm already feeling the burn. Wait, has it already been a minute? Holy crap! A minute goes by so fast. That's wild. Hold on. I'll go for like 10 more seconds, but I didn't realize a minute went by so fast. I feel like that wasn't a minute. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, you got a minute and 10 seconds apparently. But that's insane. I didn't think it would go that fast. Maybe I just sometimes get so distracted. I think that's the best thing about working out is if you're like watching anime while working out or you're like listening to some really hype music and working out, the time goes so fast. You don't even notice. You're just like doing your thing, you know? Oh, that sucks, Insane. Ah. Especially, I'd be pretty mad if a dog broke my headphones. Okay, let's get back to the puzzling. Thank you again so much, Poe. Thank you again for the dono and for the steppies. We do some steppies. Ooh, here I'll do some steppies with the model too. It's so cute. All right, let's see if we can find more edge pieces. Actually, we have a lot of edge pieces. Maybe we should just try putting some together. Okay, there's a purple edge piece missing. Oh. You know what? I'm kind of sad. I went outside when I was saying goodbye to Maestro. I mean, obviously that's a sad thing to be sad about, but I was saying goodbye to Maestro, and I was looking at around my porch. On my porch, we have these baby birds. It's like a baby bird nest. And we had noticed when we went outside that the baby bird nest had fallen over. Something, the wind, or maybe an animal or something knocked it over. And that's pretty sad, because we could not find the baby birds. I don't know if they got taken by something, or if, I don't know, if maybe the baby birds were able to get somewhere and hide somewhere, so that they don't get, like, you know, predators and stuff. But I was really sad. I was like, I really hope those baby birds are okay. Cause that's not fun. Not the expensive. I never get expensive headphones. I guess unless you really need it for something. Yeah, the birds. Step machine. The steppies machine. Thank you for the drinking stretch. I'm gonna start drinking water. Wait, where's my water? And the save. I don't have anything to save right now. I will save, or not save. Where's my water go? Oh, it's behind me. That's why. Okay, let's drink some water. Although my water bottle feels like it's on backwards for some reason. Oh, I think it was just rotated a little bit. Make sure to self-care. I will try. We will try. Okay, and stretch these a little bit. Okay. See if we can find more edge pieces. But yeah, I was like, aw. Those poor baby birds. I hope they're okay. Oh, here's an edge piece. Yay. Oh no, that's not like that. So many edge pieces. I'll try separating things too, so it makes it easier for everyone to see the pieces a little bit more. Oh, I love this song. I want to know where I can go when you're not around. Oh god, my voice, what the heck? You stay for a moment so I can say. Hey. Oh, we found a corner! Yippee! Aw, I'm sorry to hear, Insane. Beans. That's basically how my weekend went though, with storage. Oh my gosh, I had a huge migraine yesterday. I'm so happy to be alive. It was pretty bad. Edgy pieces. Sorry, I'm here to bother you. I'm just moving it over here because there's edges. We have all 4 corners, we do? I see the one here. Let me put it up here. Oh, look at this. The name's coming out. Oh, this piece. Oh, I see what you mean by edges now. I wonder if this goes up here then. Oh. So many pieces. My grades suck. They do, bro. They do. I was rendered completely useless yesterday. Wait. Was it yeah, last night. I was like, wait, was it yesterday? It was so bad. Is this an edge? I'm stealing this. Sunflower soon grows at night. And for the minute till the sun seeps through my eyes. Down, 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 whoa. Down, doo, 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 whoa. So bad you can't remember when it happened? No, that's just my bad memory and my dum-dum. No, it was... I even tried taking headache medicine, but clearly that didn't work. It was only sleep. Sleep was the only thing. I had to have Bystro. I was like, Bystro, could you please just, like, put pressure on my head? So he held his hand on my head the whole night. Just so that it was like, so he could put pressure on my forehead and stuff. He's so nice. I feel bad for being sick. I didn't even get to finish my to-do list. Stress. That's okay, though. That's what today is for. I finished it today. Oh, this does not connect, does it? No. Wait, this is not even a corner piece. What am I doing? Is this a corner? No, okay. My brain is... My eyes are tricking me. I'm trying to think of what else I did this weekend. I think on Saturday we just basically hung out at home and watched, oh my gosh, we watched so much One Piece. Oh my goodness. The feels on the One Piece. And we worked a lot on a bunch of other stuff. Like, I was able to finish something. I finished one thing this weekend. That's a start. I was supposed to finish 2, but at least I finished 1. It's better than nothing. Always look at the positives. Welcome back for your meetings. Oh, you got a C. Heck yeah. I was talking about how my weekend went. But enough about me. How did your guys' weekend go? What did you do this weekend? If you did anything. Even if you just, like, relaxed. Relaxing is definitely good. Next weekend? Wait. Oh, man, there's so much I want to do. I think on Friday I'm going to have a relaxed day. I did not take Thursday off. You remember how I was supposed to take, what was it? Freaking 4th of July? I was supposed to take that off? Yeah, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. So Friday, oh gosh, I started moving myself instead of the puzzle pieces. On Friday, I'm hoping to, I cannot afford, unfortunately, I can't afford to take a day off anymore, but I can afford to at least have a more chill day. So maybe instead of trying to do like 5 things in a day, I'll try to do like 2 or 3 things, maybe 2, and just take the rest of the day like relaxing. But oh man, there was a D&D. Heck yeah. Is everyone okay? Everyone's alive still? Almost said no. Almost. I did. I saw Jigsaw. I sent that to my old coworker. He was like, oh man, core memory unlocked. I was like, yeah. Were you doing art on a holiday? I was doing art. I was actually Wait, Thursday? Hold on, let me see. I have a list of my to-do stuff. Let's see. Let's check my calendar. What did I do on Thursday? I was supposed to be Thursday off, and instead I did video editing the whole day. I made a Patreon thing. I started Art Fight. I did not get to finish it, but I started it. And I did that all the way until 7 p.m. So basically, I worked from 8 a.m. until 7 p.m. on Thursday. Instead of taking the day off, I worked for how many hours is that? I worked for like freaking 11 hours straight. I did take lunch though and stuff, but oh gosh. That was supposed to be my day off. I guess technically yesterday was my day off because I got a freaking migraine. Which is not even true because I still went to storage yesterday. I did more storage yesterday. I got some cheesecake yesterday. I did not get to eat it yesterday because I had my headache. What else did I do yesterday? I was supposed to edit my Bean Boy model yesterday. I did it this morning because I could not do it yesterday. Then I did something else yesterday. Wait, let me look at my thing. I did editing? No, that was Saturday. What did I do on Sunday? Finish the editing. Oh, I did all this overlay. You see all the cool little overlays? Like the little border, the goal bar, all that stuff. I did all of that yesterday. Before I got my migraine and, like, died. Yesterday was as close as I got to for a day off. It was as close as I got to for a day off, and it's because my body could not handle working. So that'll be my day off for this month. Otherwise, every other day I'm gonna have to work. But soon we'll be able to take more time off. I look forward to it. Does this connect? Oh! What is this? Can this connect down here? Oh, look at us go. We're doing it. Yay! I know, me too! I'm so excited about it. Everyone survived D&D, let's go! You went to a cookout Saturday. You spent time with your little sister yesterday. Aww. That sounds really nice. What'd you eat for the cookout? Especially if I was like, you gotta have a day off now. It was as close. It was like a half day instead of a day off. But it's as close as I'm gonna get to a day off in the near future. Because I have so much stuff to plan. Because of all the charity stream stuff from last time and all the commission work that I have due. I have a deadline coming up next week. And I'm like, oh crap. I'm really close to finishing it, but I gotta do it. It's NDA, so I can't work on it on stream. But I finished an entire yesterday. Officially one of the videos that I've been working on for like the last 2 months or so is completely done. I'm very excited about that. Feels like there's a lot of, I know, doesn't it feel like there's a lot of edge pieces that are missing? I'm looking. Oh wait, here's an edge piece. Maybe it's just a single edge piece that's supposed to connect all the edge pieces. Come on. Connect! Connect! No, that does not connect. For the record, this puzzle is not super duper big. We just have a lot of pieces spread out. I don't know how big it is. 522, I don't know what that is, like, number-wise by number-wise. We're definitely missing some pieces. Burgers, hot dogs, a lot of other food. Oh, that sounds so good. I only had pasta. I had pasta and rice and chicken this weekend in terms of, like, dinner foods, I guess. It was really good, though. So many pieces. There's so many pieces. That's basically all I did this weekend. Let me see. I have figured... Okay, you remember that tricky animation we were working on? I have figured that if I at least do 1 frame a day, I should have it done by next week. I don't want to rush it because I don't want to push myself any harder than I already am. But I should have it done by next week if I do at least 1 frame a day. Now, granted, I figured that a while, like before the weekend, and then this weekend I only did 1 frame. I was supposed to do 4 frames, I only did 1 frame. Oh, God. But I'm hoping to finish that sooner than later because it's June. It was June's thing, so I gotta get that out. I hate sitting on something. Awful feeling. You go for a burger? A burger right now sounds really good, actually. Any food really sounds good. I had breakfast, but I did not eat lunch. I guess technically I had pretzels and sour cream for lunch. Does that count? Wait, I'm gonna borrow this real quick. Oh wait, I was gonna borrow it! Okay. Oops. There. Can you connect that? If that connects somewhere? Maybe, well, it's somewhere. Wait, let me move this piece. Wait, there's nothing underneath it, right? Okay. Just making sure there's nothing underneath it. Move, oh, gosh. Move these around. There we go. So many pieces. See, this is why it's so hard without the, like, image itself, but I think it makes it fun. Let me know. Maybe we should add the image as we add more pieces, because this is kind of hard. We also had more people playing earlier, so if you want, we can actually go back down pieces. So since we only have 4 people now, earlier we had like 6 or so, 7. I'm seeing if there's any more edge pieces. I feel like we got a lot of the edge pieces though. Wait, this doesn't connect here, does it? Oh! It does. We're missing one edge piece that has, like... None of these connect? Really? Not a single one. We're missing some edge pieces that have red on them. Oh wait, there's some red over here. Oh. I think I figured it out. Yee. Is this a corner? No, okay. Okay, so we're definitely still missing something, because this doesn't fit here. Maybe this fits here? I don't think so, though. No. Wait, does this fit here? Oh! So we're missing a piece. Or a couple, but I don't know. Whoa. Something's going on over here. I'll just put this here for now. Let's see if we can find more red pieces. Here's some more. Is this a red piece? Oh! We're connecting the dots. I think this goes somewhere over there. Red piece. Ooh, wait! I think I found the last one. This one? No, wait. These go somewhere over there. Can I borrow this? Dang, I thought this was gonna go somewhere over here. Oh wait, this is the edge. This is an edge piece. Oh! We're oh, I don't want to say that, never mind. Oh my gosh, I almost said something I was gonna regret. Oh gosh, Confusing puzzle? We're getting it, we're getting it. Oh, look at everyone go. Wait, we figured out the dimensions of the puzzle. I told you it wasn't a very big puzzle. Heck yeah. I'm looking for pieces that would fit in this area. What? I'm still missing an edge piece that was supposed to go right here. I think there's one edge piece missing that goes between this area. I'm looking for it. Let's see. Oh, wait. I think this goes down here. Right here? What? There we go. Yay. Let's see if I can find that other edge piece. Yeah, wait, what happened? What happened, Shen? Uh-oh. Ready? Are you craving Taco Bell? That sounds good. Food in general right now sounds good. I think I'm just hungry. What? Come on, edge pieces. And no other weird thing. I was like, oh no. Take a snack break? I think I will. You know, I think I might do that. What time is it? 15 minutes. Give me 15 minutes, because it's 1:45 right now for me. So in about 15 minutes, I'll take a snack break around 4. I am still exhausted from freaking the storage stuff that I'm probably not gonna go for a walk. I went for a walk yesterday, in the very least. I know I should try going for a walk every day, but I'm so tired. Wait! I'm stealing this piece. Oh! Yippee! There's so many pieces in the way. Can I move all these without moving, like, all of that? Sorry. I'm just moving it over here. We're so close. There's no way this just fits there, right? It doesn't just connect here, right? No, it's still missing a piece. Okay, there's still... Oh, wait. Wrong piece. No, we're still missing a piece. Oh, I don't want to grab all of it, though. Here. Let's go somewhere over here. Somehow. So many pieces. Move. We're still missing one edge piece. We will find it. We will find it. What I like about this is it doesn't really, it doesn't cover over pieces. If you, like, have, like, a big chunk, there's never gonna be anything underneath it because they push it to the top. But even then, I still gotta see if we can find that one edge piece. These look like they should connect. They don't, though. Oh, that connected there. Yeah, this would be way too hard if we had rotation turned on. Oh, I don't know what this is. Let me move it over here. This also has some red in it. Oh. Somewhere. Oh. Still gotta find that last edge piece. We're so close to the edge one. This is a lot of hair. Jeez. Much hair, exactly. Oh! No! Wait, is my... Oh no! I was like, wait! Why did it say my phone's on 20% when it's on the charger? It's because I did not have the charger plugged in. Hold on. Oopsies. Okay. Charger is plugged in now. I wonder if there are people who, like, legitimately buy an entire phone specifically for VTubing. So that, like, that phone can, like, drain its battery and everything. Because it's not good to keep your phone on the charger for a long time while you're using... Excuse me, while you're using it. But sometimes that's all you can do because we stream for a long time. I can show you that, I can assure you that it's true, really? Oh, snap. I think that's so cool. I'm so concerned about the fact that I can't find this other edge piece. You'd think it'd be easy, but... Okay, let's see if we can finish this title. There's like 2 pieces, or a couple pieces, but there's like... Let's see if I can find a piece that has gold on the tip, the bottom tip of it. I know what I'm looking for. Kind of like this. I don't think this is it, though. I could try, though. No. Oh. Hi, Tira! How you doing today? Hello! I hear people just buy old phones and use it for... Oh, that's such a good idea, though! It is such a good idea. People buy iPhones for the excellent motion tracking. Look, it's not in my cards right now. I could not afford it, but I definitely think it's a good idea for sure. For those that do like long-term VTubing, because it's gonna ruin your phone if you don't. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. It is so smart. I don't know how old I can go though with it because I think it was iPhone. What was the iPhone that has the really good face tracking? Like the oldest model that has the good. Was it not like 12 or 13 that has the really good one? Yeah, I use iPhone as well. Whee! Although granted, I don't have anything set up with it for live 2D. I have it all set up for Warudo mostly. But welcome in. Yeah, we're just jigsaw puzzling. I was talking about my weekend for a while, and I didn't get as much done as I planned. Realistically, I should have not planned to do a lot this weekend because Maestro's coming over. I should have been like, okay, I'm just gonna relax this weekend. But instead, I planned out a bunch of things, and now I feel guilty for not doing those things. So next time for the future. I know next time Maestro comes over, I gotta not plan to do a billion things at once. Did we ever get the... We got one of them. Something that has a corner piece with gold and purple. Corner gold and purple piece. Taking notes. We're taking notes. Is it bad that I'm like, man, we must be, obviously we're clearly missing pieces. No, I don't think we're missing pieces, but we're very close. It just feels like, doesn't it feel like we're missing some edge pieces though? It's not just me, right? I know, it's like we're missing one piece. On all the edges, we're somehow missing one piece. How? Making sure they're not on the edges or something. Grr. Oh wait, I found it! I found it! Ah! It's because it was mostly white. Boom! We did it! We got one edge piece. Now we gotta figure out all the other ones. Oh gosh, that took so long to find. It was because it was mostly white. Woo! Woohoo! Oh no! The potty. Do you guys ever do the potty dance? Aw, thank you, Miso. You know, Miso, if you wanted to play with us, you can. For the record, Miso's the one who made the art piece. But even though you made the art piece, it doesn't mean you can't play. That would be beans. To be like, nah, you can't play. Because you drew it. Sorry. No playing for you. Hee. Now we gotta find the rest of the edge pieces. A top edge piece? That's mostly white? Maybe it's in here as well? Ah! Wait! Yes! Right there. Yay! We're almost there. We need one more edge piece. Job super busy? No worries, no worries. I was just letting you know. Just in case. Oh, I found it! Oh, we got all the edges! Sorry, I was like moving the board around. We got it! Thank you, thank you. Now we get to do all the rest of the hard parts from here. It only gets harder from here. Wait, this looks like a mouth. Wasn't there another mouthpiece somewhere? Wait, there's an eyeball piece. What the heck? Okay, I'll put the eyeball pieces over here. And the mouth piece is over here. Like getting the face together. There should be more eyeball pieces though. This is an eyeball piece. Is this an eyeball piece? Yes. Is this an eyeball piece? Yes. It's gonna be something like this. Not yet, not yet. Almost there. Let's see. Is this an eyeball piece? Yes. I need just a couple more eyeball pieces. This is really fun though. It's really relaxing. Oh my gosh. I randomly just thought about how I want to do art fight out of nowhere. I was like, oh, I really want to do art fight. I started at least my first piece, but I haven't really gotten much past that. Oh, I think this is a mouthpiece, actually. Yay. It's probably gonna be like that. What is this? I don't know what that is. Let's see if we can find that last mouthpiece. Is it this one? What? No. Oh, it's probably this one. There we go. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. I guess it doesn't help that there's several large areas with subtle color. No, that's okay, Miso. We're just having fun with jigsaws. You definitely don't have to draw a piece based off of what it would look like in a jigsaw puzzle. It's a nice picture, though. That's why I picked it. Thank you, Miso. Does it feel weird to have your art turned into like a jigsaw that we're all working on? Oh, I think this is the last eyeball piece. Oh no, there's still one more. It's like in the corner? Skin with a corner eyeball. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's like a small corner though. Oh, it's gonna be like a hair piece. Not really. Glad you're using the piece. Aw. It's a lot of fun. Oh, I think this is it. There we go. Look, I got her face. Look how cute. Yeah, the face goes somewhere in there. Here, I'll move some of these. Your. Oh, they already got shoved. That's fine. Move it over here. Let me break up some of these pieces. This looks like it's starting to be the eye for the Oh, goodness. Over here? Oh, that connected. I did not expect that to connect. Face, yeah! Why do you have so much hair? What do you mean? Because I have long hair! I have long hair! This is definitely on the arm somewhere. It does not connect yet, though. I have so much hair. Oh. Grr. Oh! Oopsies. I feel like this would connect. Maybe not. There we go. Is there another piece that looks like an eyeball? This one? These definitely look like they... Maybe not. Let me put this back. I need more eyeball pieces. Oh, this is an eyeball piece. Oh gosh. There we go. Whoops. Yee! If you find the last piece of the S in the spellcraft, can I put it in? It's been in my mission the last 50 minutes? The last piece of the S? Oh, you mean that very small edge piece right here? Sure. Let everyone else know. If someone else puts it in, it's not on me though. Let's see. Here, let me also throw a Pokeball. It might be that piece, actually. This piece right here. Okay, do you see this piece I just put over on top of the thing? This piece? I think that might be the piece you're looking for. I think. Yeah. There you go! I'm still looking for this eyeball piece. Is this a part of the eyeball? Or that might be hair. I can't tell. I found that and dragged it. I couldn't move it. No, you're fine. You're fine, girl. You got it. That was all on you, bro. Song request on? It's not right now, but I can turn it on if we keep the vibes similar to the music we're listening to now. Let's see. Songify. Alright, song request is on. As long as we keep it... I guess if I don't like the song, I'll just skip it, though. But... it is set. I feel like this is supposed to be connected somehow. I was like, doesn't the face go over here? Oh no, I love this song. Did I ever tell you guys that this is Naoko's theme song? If I could stop time in a bottle, thing that I'd like to do. Wait, there's a movie I saw. I watched Bicentennial Man yesterday. I've seen it before, but it's such a good movie, nonetheless. Oh. That doesn't go there. It's the corner. Yoink. Let's see if we can find more pink pieces. Oh. Oh, more pink pieces. Oh. Huh? No. Oh, this is an eyeball piece. Yeah. Go through time with. Oh. This is a pink piece. Let's go here. Nope. Pink. 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 Nope. Pink. Nope. Is this an eyeball piece? Here we go. Let's find more pink. 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 No? Okay. Pink. Pink. Does one choose a theme song for an OC? Whatever it fits. One of the theme songs. One of the theme songs for Bone and Marrow. It's such a good song. It's whatever fits kind of the character. And if it's enough, then you can make it in a playlist. Yeah. It kind of just whatever fits characters. This is also pink. No, red. Ah. My brain. This has pink in it? Oi. Who's moving my stuff? Oi. Pink. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams is keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, the vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. For a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. I can't go that low. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you'll bring me along to the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see, I close my eyes to see. Every night I lie in bed, brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me, a million dreams, a million dreams. Think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make. That song is so nice. I like that song. What? Oh, I know this song too. I don't know it well enough to sing, but I watched the entire like music videos of all the different songs or album video. I don't know what to call it. It's a cute one though. Wee. This is the main song. Wait, which one was the main song for Bone Marrow? The one I was singing or this one? This one. Okay, okay, okay. There we go. I just realized I didn't have chat on my monitor, so I wasn't able to like read things easily. So I just opened it and put chat on my monitor now. Aw. I can't wait to hear more about your guys' OCs and lore. I think it's next Friday, is it? I don't remember now. Aw, shit. Good music, good music. Aw. I'm excited to talk about lore soon, TM. Oh. We're getting really close. I feel like this is very close right here somewhere. How do we go about it? Basically, make sure you guys have it down to roughly 10 to 15 minutes to talk about your lore. And it'll be a redeem so that we have everyone in line. It can only be redeemed once. It'll be a channel point redeem just to make it easy. And when you redeem it, in order, we'll go and let people talk about their lore for, again, for roughly 10 to 15 minutes. It does not need to be spoken if you would prefer not to speak, because I know some people don't like to use their voice. If you just give me something and I'll read it, I'll read through it. But that's how, essentially that's how it'll work. Oops. Yes, definitely make sure you read through your lore and make sure it fits, because I'm not the one to condense it. I'll read it for 15 minutes and then that'll be it. So I highly recommend condensing your own lore before that time. Eyeball. Feel free to ask anytime. I'm pretty sure I sent it all to you and Miso. Yeah, well, it's for an event, Dynamite. We're having an event. I think it's next Friday. I could check the calendar for you guys, though. We're having an event where we're gonna talk all about the Academy lore first. No, it's not next Friday. When is it? Is it not next Friday? No, next Thursday. 18th. July 18th. There we go. Next Thursday. Why did I say next Friday? You guys know what I meant. I meant next Friday for the stream, but it's Thursday. And we're gonna have a lore slideshow. So it's gonna be all talking about my lore first, since a lot of people have been asking about it. And then I will open the floor to let other people talk about their lore. But the reason there's a time limit is because I can't be here forever. I can't be here forever. So everyone will have the floor. Just make sure you condense it down to 15 minutes worth of talking. Or if you just want to write it, I will speak it for you. I like this song. Oh, wait, does it go here? Oh! It's entirely up to you guys if you want to read it, though. Oh, this is from Sync 2. Ah, spoilers. It's such a good... I'm excited to see the movie. I haven't seen it yet. That's okay. I don't mind hearing the music from it, but I will eventually watch it. I know I gotta watch it. I also have not seen the last 2 episodes of Hell of a Boss yet. So much to do. I know. I'm so busy. Where's all the skin? Here it is. Is this all the skin? Hi, Vexus! Welcome in! Oh. I was just thinking that one too! Heck yeah. Oops. More skin. That was nice. I can't wait to actually see the movie. I'm so excited. Does this really not go here? Hey, oi! No, it does not. You're about to play another one? Wait, another what, Marine Boy? Pieces are I know, it's so close. He's got to figure out a little bit of them. What is this? From the movie? Oh, you could do from Sing 1. Like, I don't necessarily mind. Excuse me. I don't mind if you guys do it from Sing 2. Just note that I haven't seen it yet. I'm excited to see it soon. So when I say soon, I don't really mean soon, but you know what I mean. Someone teach me how to manage my time even better. Even better than I already do. I feel like this goes here, but it doesn't. Let's see. Inwards and one outward. No way. This one goes here? There we go. In, out. In, out. Like this? No. Inward, outward. Let me try doing the staff over here, because those look like colors that might be easier to... Maybe. Here's a staff color. Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought this was a different song for a second there. I was like, oh, I didn't know anyone knew that song. What? Oh, I'll stretch and drink. I'll stretch and drink right now. I just saw that. If you guys want, I can lock the actual puzzle itself so that we can't accidentally move it around. Here, let me see how to do it. One sec. Let me move this down to my... Let me see. Yes, please, let me see. Because I also look at it, I'm like, oh crap. I accidentally hit things. How do I do this? Help? Control? Hold the control key? Okay, hold on, wait. Alright, did that work? Okay, try moving the puzzle now. Like the, you guys shouldn't be able to move it now? There we go. Yeah! Okay, I'll do that from now on. Just in case. Are the pieces behind the puzzle? No. Because if you put a piece, it'll pop up above the puzzle. So there's nothing that's underneath it. Guaranteed. You bought a 6-foot what? Ice Weasel from Power. So, I can't wait to Be sure to show us. Yeah. I'm movable. That's good. That's good. There we go. No more moving. No more moving. So now you guys don't have to worry about accidentally moving it. Especially if you think there's a piece on top, feel free to just grab it. Alright, let me work on this staff again. That's really cool though. That's huge. 6 foot? 6 foot plushie? Hot dog. That's bigger than me. So many puzzle pieces. Can you still do show and tell? We don't have show and tell this week. I turned show and tell off because we're focused on the charity stream and I have a lot of other things, like milestones and incentives. For this week, I turned it off. But we'll turn it back on next week. Yeah. But if you want to share, of course there's a Discord. Feel free absolutely to share in the Discord. Good song, good song. Oh. Frillies. Simple way. And I know I'm still blended. You just fade away. Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did? There should be some hand pieces. Oh, this is a hand piece. Absolutely. Don't know which part it goes to, but one of these. This one? There we go. Giving you the chills? Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait. I'll drink right now. Thank you, Yuk. Thank you. I can't wait to see it in the movie. It sounds dramatic. Ah, water. Guilty! It's a good song. Cut me down. Need to just a circus. You'll be the clown right now. I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor. Feeling like a little kid. And I'm still standing after all this time. The pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing. Yeah. Oh, I'm still standing. Yeah. Yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah. Whee! Oh, Pokemon. I'm still standing better than I ever did. True survivor. Feel like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time. The pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing. Yeah. Oh. Wait, you went to a Caleb concert? I didn't even know he had concerts. Does that mean Jonathan Young had concerts too? Man, I'm missing out. Sorry, hiccups. Oh, gosh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why are there so many details? Wait, I think I know where this one goes. Yay! Oh my goodness. That was killing me. Wait, what? Does this not connect there? What the heckle? I'm moving these out. Too many yellow pieces in the middle. Ugh. Yes, the breasts. Let's figure that out. That's a good one. Caleb does concerts at a con oh, okay. At an anime con. I see, I see. This is from Despicable Me 2? Bro, I feel like I've never seen any of these movies. I have! I just don't remember this. Oh wait, is this the piece? Is this it? Oh. No, it's a hair piece. My freaking hair. I'll put it over here. I can't finish the breasts. I can't find the piece. Is it this piece? Oh, thank goodness. Oh, wrong piece. Grr. Grr. Nah. Go somewhere. I don't know where. Does you guys love my this is for those that don't know, the outfit that Spelly's wearing is the debut outfit. So the actual outfit itself is not the surprise. I hope to surprise you guys with the cool model. But the biggest surprise is gonna be the lore drop. When I finally drop that juicy lore during debut. But the actual design itself is absolutely out there if anyone ever wants to check it out. Oh, this goes here. Yes. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for it. Okay, there's a lot of white in this area, I could tell. So we're gonna need some white pieces. And there's white pieces at the top. I need a white piece that has... No. Something that has 2 inners. This doesn't go here, right? No. 2 inners. Like this? No. We're also missing, like, I feel like this hand is almost done. I feel like hand pieces are easy to find, but maybe not. That's not a hand piece. That's a hair piece. In fact, this might be this hair piece? Nope. Okay. Come on, hand. Where are you? Oh, is this it? There we go. One more. I've never heard of this movie before. This piece is just built different, apparently. Apparently it's built different, bro. Come on, where's the fingy? Where? Oh, I found it. Yay. Fingy. Wait, we're missing 2 other fingy. I didn't even notice we're missing 2 more fingy pieces. I need to not have gray. Can I change the background color? Hold on. I can change it for me. I can't change it for anyone else. But I can change it for me. Oh, they don't have purple. Oh well. There we go. I wanted to use purple, but it's okay. I can see again! Yippee! If I could begin to be half of what you think of me, I could do about anything. I could even learn how to love. When I see the way you act, wondering when I'm coming back, I could do about anything. I could even learn how to love like you. Like you. Love like you. I've always thought I might be bad. Now I'm sure that it's true, 'cause I think you're so good, and I'm nothing like you. Look at you go, I just adore you. I wish that I knew what makes you think I'm so special. If I could begin to do something that does right by you, I would do about anything. I would even learn how to love. When I see the way you look, shaken by how long it took, I could do about anything. I could even learn how to love like you. Love like you. Love me like you. Can't find these fingies. Ah! El Camino, welcome in. Hi, El Camino. The song, this was the song I was trying to put a couple streams back, but it gave me the, oh, yeah. I think that was because if you do exclamation point song request, which is SR, it's for my own song list where it's like, hey, you want to sing this? But I don't actually have that on my song list. But, wait, my brain just derped because I was looking at that piece. Wait, what am I doing? I should know how to do this. But yeah. It's because it's exclamation point SSR for Spotify song request. That might have just been it. Okay, what am I doing? I know how to do this, and I'm doing this the hard way for some reason. I'm gonna do this the easier way now. Okay. 2 out, 2 in. 2 out, 2 in, 2 out, 2 in. Where are the skin pieces? Or the fingies? 2 out, 2 in. Nah, I'm doing pretty good, Okamina. We're just chilling. We're just doing jigsaws together. Everyone's allowed to join. Everyone is allowed to join our jigsaw. But we're doing a charity stream this week. You can see we're actually halfway to our goal already. We do have a day 1 finish. So I'm not saying we have to. But if we do finish on day 1, be a long, long time. Then you guys can choose yet another Academy OC that I will draw. Just like last time, which was our day 1 finish, which we did do on day 1. So I put up a vote on Discord. Actually, I think the voting ended by now. So let me see what won. Let's see. Announcements. Let's see which the one that won. How do you join? It's a link. Here, I'll give you the link. I would pin it. Like, it sucks. Not that it sucks that you can only have one pinned thing, but I think it's more important to have the charity pinned rather than a jigsaw. Otherwise, I would pin it normally. But there's our link for the jigsaw puzzle. Let's see who won last time. Oh no, there's 19 hours left. There's 19 hours left. Never mind. I did not think. If you guys are in the Discord, vote for the Academy OC you want to see art of. Right there in that linky. But it's basically like that. So if we are able to finish the goal, which is 500 USD, 400 pounds, we will do another Academy OC. So we'll have 2 Academy OCs to do. But if we do it on day 2 instead of day 1, we'll do a chibi version of an Academy OC. And if we do it on day 3, I'll give you a preview of some of the new Academy OCs coming. Like a small little preview of them. But that's only if we do it on day 3 instead of day 2 or day 1. No art though. No art for that one. Rocket Man. Rocket Man. It is Vsauce fan art. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can find these fingies. Long, long time. The touchdown brings it again too far. Not the man in the am I all. Oh no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. Rocket man burning out his fuse something. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. There's so many hair pieces. A long time. And I think it's gonna be a long time. Ooh, good one, good one. Let's see, yellow. It's gonna be a long, long time. It's yellow with it's not this one, is it? Oh, it is. Almost there. Then we have so many black pieces for the hair and the background. So many. See if we can get all the blonde done. I don't see any. Ah! Oh, I'm looking for all the blonde though. Oh. A lot of skin. I bet this goes somewhere. Yay. And this one. Oh, there we go. This doesn't go here, right? No, okay. I don't know why I thought that. Does this go here? Does it go here? Oh my goodness, we're doing it. We're doing it. No. No, I don't think I've ever had like an IRL jigsaw puzzle. I don't think I've ever had one that has glitter glue after it's put together and stuff. That's interesting. This doesn't go here, does it? No, okay. A grammar. Oh, you're fine. I don't think I've ever had one. Well, to be fair, I've never done a lot of puzzles, like jigsaw puzzles, but of the ones that I have done, I've never had. Oh, the Disney ones? I've done a lot of animal ones. Treasure Planet! I love this song. Heck yeah! Oh my gosh, I haven't seen Treasure Planet in forever. You own it on DVD? You know what's sad? I don't think I have a DVD player anymore. I don't think I have anything that I can play DVDs on now.
Renulix has entered the stream.
Hi, Room. Aww, it's the Bean Boy. Remember today's our Bean Boy. Bean Boy and Jigsaw game. Wait, Bean Boy and Jigsaw milestones from 2 weeks ago. The VTuber SummerSlam. Such things I don't feel. Beans! We're beans! Say the same for me. Beans. It's really hard with this. Hi, Riv. It's really hard because we don't have the actual finished image. I mean, I do, but I'm not looking at it because that'd be cheap or cheating for me. Because no one else can see it right now. But we don't have the final image, so we're kind of guesstimating. For those that are putting it together. I really have to pee. No. Oh, I was supposed to, an hour ago, I was supposed to eat a snack. Damn it. Still here. I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast. So give me a minute or so. I'm just gonna go bathroom time. Yippee! Yeah. We're back. Oh no. It's Steven! Oh my goodness. I love this song. Sorry. I'm gonna sing over it because I'm mean and cruel. If you could only know what we really are when we arrived on Earth. From out beyond your stars, we were amazed to find your beauty and your worth, and we will protect your kind. And we will protect your Earth, and we will protect your Earth, and we will protect you. I will fight for the place where I'm free to live together and exist as we. I will fight in the name of Rose Quartz and everything that she believed in. I will fight for the world I was made in, but Earth is everything I've ever known. I will fight to be everything that everybody wants me to be when I'm grown. The odds are against us, it may be easy, but we're not gonna do it alone. We are the crystal gems, we'll always save the day. And if you think we can't, we'll always find a way. That's why the people of this world believe in garnet, amethyst, and pearl, and Steven! Sorry. Ah, Seafrito, hi. Oh, you've been enjoying the lurkies. Oh, stop, you guys, Lion King. Ain't no passing craze. It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Wait, and Spelly! The little tappies! Found his aroma like a certain appeal. He could clear the savannah after every meal. Oh my goodness. How did you guys feel? Oh no, my alarm. How did you guys feel about the live action? Is that the, no, CGI? What is the right word there? The CGI live action? CGI of Lion King. How did you feel? Hey, Pumbaa, not in front of the kids. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing craze. Means no worries for the rest of your days. It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Where's toe beans? We do have toe beans. We do have toe beans. You can't see them though. I don't have a button. I have a button. Wait. No. There's no. You wanna? No. 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 Here's a button. I don't know how to push it. No! Come back! No! Why is this so hard? Wait. No. No. No! Ree! It's so hard to hit the buttons. I have to look at my hotkeys. We don't talk about that. You didn't like it? You don't like the CGI or CG Lion King? I thought it was pretty. You know what? I'll say it. I thought it was pretty good. I liked it. I liked it. It did not have nearly as much expression as the animated, but I think they did something with it, and it's nice. Yeah. It's alright, yeah. The CG action, yeah, that's the one. I don't know. Aw. Yeah. I like, I like the Lion King, but I like the animated version more. Hey, it's Cars! Ah, I thought that would have gone there. We're so close. We're so close. There's so many frillies. Big chunks, big. Hesitate. Break down the garden gate. There's not much time left today. Yeah. Life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. Lots of teeth, exactly. My way. I wanna drive it all night long. Oh. We're almost there. These are my... No. Life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. Ooh. My way. I wanna drive it all night long. No. Too many frillies. Gah, my brain. Oh. Wah, my piece. Wow, 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 wow. You like the portrait before it's finished? I can for okay. It should be unlocked now if you guys want to move it around for something. I'm ready to drag it later. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I'll lock it. I'll lock it until we're like just about to finish it. I'll lock it till we're just about to finish it. I wanna ride it all night long. It's a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. You're going my way. All night long. Ooh. Way. I wanna ride it all night long. No, none of these? Okay. Maybe this one? Yay! We're so close! We're so close! Can we finish it before it hits 2 hours though? Because we're like a minute and a half from 2 hours. The pressure is on. Let's see. Oh, we are so close. We have only a minute left. Only a minute left. You can see it at the top left of stream, like right around here, the timer. It's kind of covered up by a little bit, but you can. Oh, I love this song. You're alone. You're on your own. So what? Have you gone blind? Have you forgotten what you have and what is yours? Glass half empty, glass half full. Well, either way, you won't be going thirsty. Count your blessings, not your flaws. We got 10 seconds. No, 50. Oh, wait. Okay, I unlocked it. We did it! We did it! Yeah, I'm gonna have to do less pieces. 522 is too many pieces. For the amount of people we have currently. So I'm gonna do another one, but we're gonna do an easier. So it'll be. Have a great day, Grim. Thank you. I gotta eat also. Let me start the next room. Congratulations, we did it before it hit 2 minutes. Heck yeah. Smitty. I'm back in like 5 minutes. Okay. It's open for everyone. Anyone can play. Hi, Wasteland. Let's see, what do we want to do this time? We could do Osho's art. And it has words in it too. We'll do 200 pieces. That's like literally half of what we just less than half of what we just did. Wasteland, thank you so much for the biddies, for the no reason for me to try to reconnect it. Wait, did it actually break as in the VOD got broken, or is just the connection was lost? Hello. Hiya, Sobu. We back. We kinda back. Let me refresh my OBS real quick. There we go. Yeah, so did the VOD actually break, or... Let me see. Oh, you lost your mind. No, the VOD did not break. Thank goodness. Because that's annoying to deal with. It's more expensive for me. If the VOD breaks, it's more expensive for me, basically. So I'd rather not. We had the full-blown no connection. Yeah, that's fine. As long as you guys get no connection, but it doesn't go offline. That's the difference. I'll put it like this. If it goes no connection, and I'm able to connect before the offline screen, in simple terms, let's say it costs me like $5, right? Just randomly putting out a number. That's not actually the price, but as soon as it goes to the offline screen and it reconnects and then the VOD starts a brand new VOD, it'll cost me $10 instead of $5. That's just an example, again, just using random numbers, but it's more expensive for me to have multiple VODs than not, if that makes sense. So I'm hoping that it didn't break the VOD. It does. All right, I got the next one ready. I'm gonna change it back to the gray color. I don't know, but I like blue. Okay, If you guys want to join the Jigsaw, I made it a lot less. Hi, Kerbo. I made it a lot less pieces. It's like 208 pieces instead of 522. So here's the Jigsaw puzzle. You guys can join. If I can spell Jigsaw right. There you go. It just lost connection? That's good, that's good. Yippee! And once we start getting some semblance of pieces together, I will then lock the thing. I'm already grabbing the edges. Oh, I found a quarter piece already. This should be a lot easier though, hopefully. Whoa! Already got a piece together. Let us go. How you doing today, Kerbo? Yeah, how you doing today, Sobu? Ow, ow, ow. Let me see if it's... Did everything break? What's your goal for the fundraiser? 400 pounds, which is roughly equivalent to 500 USD. The charity that we're doing today is based in the UK, so that's why it says pounds on Tiltify. But I did all of the conversions for you guys. It's, to be exact, it's $505, but I hope you guys don't mind an extra $5 for charity. But it's for cystic fibrosis. It's for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust, specifically. Yeah, and we're basically raising money to help those that are currently plagued with CF, to make their lives better. It goes into research, for CF, which stands, if you don't know, it stands for Cystic Fibrosis. I hope I'm saying that right. Fibrosis. Ooh. Let me see if my bot completely went down. It did, so let me reconnect my bot. 1 second. You got a friend in me. Yeah. Okay, it's starting back up. Oh. Oh, Songify probably doesn't work now as well. Let me close Sammy and my Songify. So let me open up the Sammy bot again. There it is. Ow, ow, see? There's the bot. Music vibe is honestly just comfy. It's always I feel like it's comfy, been really comfy lately. And Songify. Oh, Songify. Oh no! No, you could start doing the puzzle. Absolutely. Please, please. Hi, Maestro. Maestro, did you make it home? Come back. Maestro, come back. Come back.
Warning.
Please.
Warning. Warning. Remulix has entered the stream.
Wait, I haven't turned on the Songify yet. Hold on. Song. Hi, Maestro. I spelled Songify wrong. Okay, Songify is on. You should be able to do song requests now. Everything broke because my internet broke, as it does. Alright. I think everything has been fixed. There we go. Because you're biased. I think that is total bias. Alright, what did I miss? Sorry, everything was broken. Everything broke for a second there. For some reason, your old streams always crashed whenever you switch categories. Oh, that's beans. Absolutely beans. What's your goal? Yeah, our goal for the fundraiser is 400 pounds, 500 USD. The widget no worky on the fundraiser goal? It should worky. It's been working. Unshrimp. Aw, man. Okay, I will drink and stretch right now. I see Grim. Oh my gosh, I've been rounding my shoulders all day today. I feel bad. Oh, I want to watch more One Piece again. I saw the emote. Alright. I am caught up. I am caught up. Okay, let's get back to the puzzle. I want a Nutella sandwich. That's what I. Oh, I think. By the way, this beauty, if you guys did not know, this puzzle was this art puzzle was made by OceanX. Oh God. The Chow music, I love it so much. This is my favorite. Oh, you guys have heard this like a million times, but you guys already know this is my favorite Sonic Adventure song. It's so nice. Thank goodness there's gradient on this, because the gradient helps a lot to figure out where everything goes. Heck yeah. Ooh. Ooh, a hand. Ooh, another hand. Oh, that was not the handpiece. Here's the handpiece. Ooh, a corner. An edge, I mean. You like the Chow battle music? I don't know if I'm familiar with the Chow battle music in particular, but I don't think it would hit the vibe for today. You missed the Chow music from Sonic Adventure 2? I missed Sonic Adventure 2. I'm still waiting for Maestro to play it. Someone tell Maestro to play it. Yeah. You ever tried to solve a blank puzzle? No. I enjoy my sanity. The little pause, do I? Oh, I think it's because I move whenever I laugh. Alright, we figured it out. I'm gonna lock that now. Wait, there's a letter here. Oh, there's a lot of letters. Oh, that's right. This one has a lot of letters in it. I believe. I believe. Who did that? Phew. Oh. Thank you for the save, Rickle. I will save this jigsaw puzzle that, I will drink also. You revive it? Feels good. It feels good, Shed. Vibing is what we do. What about the VR chat stuff? Wait. What are you talking about, Maestro? Are you talking about Sonic Adventure in VR? No, you mean playing VR? Eventually, you will have to play Sonic Adventure. You can do Sonic Adventure in VR though. Sonic Adventure 2, I mean. It's the same thing though. Oh, I found another handpiece. Getting hand pieces together. Oh, I moved a piece, sorry. Whoop. Yeah. Wow, wow. We're missing one edge piece. Oh. Hi, sweetie. Hello. Your second favorite song? Is this such a great song? Luxarion World. Oh my gosh, Maestro. Maestro, what are you doing this weekend? Do you want to do Luxarion World? I know you mentioned wanting to figure out what to do, so I was like, hey, Luxarion World though? Yeah, you set it up. It's spelled Luxarion the way that Rim put it in chat, I believe. I believe. It's such a bop, isn't it? But if you need any help finding it, here, actually, I can look it up right now while everyone's jigsawing. Oh gosh, no, sorry. I opened the wrong thing. Hold on, wait. That way you can have more information about it. It says over 4 hours of content, but I'm gonna warn you right now, with all the puzzles in it and stuff, I would totally say that it is. It could run up to like 10 hours. At the long, there are collectibles and there are like side quests and stuff. So I guess if you don't do those, maybe it'll be like 5 hours or so. But definitely count on it being an all-day thing, for sure. Here is a little bit about it. I will send this to you, Maestro. I know you already know, but that way you could remember, and maybe it'll help for planning it out. One moment, let me find you. Oh my gosh, my DMs with Maestro went so far down the list. Here it is. There you go. I've sent it to you. I got distracted by Discord. Okay. Ooh. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to touch that. Yippee! One more piece, one more piece. We're all looking for the edge piece. Nah, I'll continue doing other stuff in the meantime. Does this not go here? What? Ugh. Thank you for the comfy. You want me to post the link in the world? Oh, I did. Yeah, if you want to post it, Rim, though, for anyone else that's curious about it, go for it. But I sent it to Maestro. Where did the hands go? I was working on hands earlier. I don't know where they went. Oh, well, this goes here. Oh, here's the hands. Something goes over there. This is Spelly's current outfit, by the way. It's not her new one. So this is gonna be based off of Spelly's current outfit. If you guys want to check out the world, there is the link. Who requested this song? Who requested this song? I love this song. Stop. Wait, is this the one with the lyrics or without? It is the one with the lyrics. Short steps, deep breath. Everything is alright. Chin up. I can't step into the spotlight. She said, I'm sad, somehow without any words. I just stood there, searching for an answer. This world is no more. The moon is all we'll see. I'll ask you to fly away with me until the stars all fall down. They empty from the sky, but I don't mind if you're with me. Then everything's alright. I love this song. One of my favorite games. I do. My words always lose their meaning. What I feel, what I say, there's such a rift between them. He said, I can't really seem to read you. I just stood there, never know what I should do. When this world is no more, the moon is all we'll see. I'll ask you to fly away with me until the stars all fall down. They empty from the sky, but I don't mind. Why? You're with me. Then everything's alright. If you're with me, then everything's alright. It's such a good song! I love that game. If you guys did not know, it's To the Moon. And that was Everything's Alright. Ah, so pretty. Sonic? Wait. No, come back. Oh! You guys are you're killing me. What? I would not, for the record, I would not consider this comfy, but I'm biased. I'm so sorry. My stream, my rules. Watch me, rule the night away, watch me, safety, feel my storm is getting close, headed your way, Sonic heroes, find you, can find you, I don't know the freaking words. Sonic heroes, setting the stage for a hero's parade. Sonic heroes, miss a reason and we're on our way. Bum 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 wham 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 wham. Range. There we go. I don't think I... Oh, this is Final Fantasy? I don't think I know this one, though. You think you know a design. You think you know a design, and then when you go to turn it into a puzzle piece, and you sit there like, wow, this is my design? Because my brain is beans, bro. Beans. To the Moon is such a good game, it is. Grim. Hey, oh, Niche Niche! Ah! Niche Niche! Hello, Raiders! My name is Belly. I am your headmistress witch on Twitch, and I do art and animation. Yeah, like this. Thank you so much for the raid! Niche Niche! Hello! Hello, how was your stream? Let me see what you did. You're working on art! Can we take a sneaky peeky? Can we take a sneaky peeky at your art, please? Where the heck? Oh wait, I see what the issue is. I thought the head was attached and it's not. These, hi. I'm so excited. Yes. Hello, you're working on sculpting for we're art fight. I do art fight. Niche does art fight. It was like it was a match made. Wow. I will also drink water because the raiders are yelling at me to drink water. Give link! Okay, wait, no, you first! you rated you first! Welcome in, Raiders, though. My name is Spelly. We're actually working on jigsaw puzzles together. Working on some jigsaw puzzles together. Art fight, that's right! Here, let me see if I can grab my link. Hold on, sorry, ignore that. Oh, Alistair, get out of here. Give me your link! I want your link! Oh no! Oh, I thought I got another attack. I was gonna cry. I thought I got another attack. I'm so far behind on my attacks. Ah, thank you. I will follow. Thank you. Here, I'll give you my link back. Link back. Welcome in, Owl. Wait, no. Gaith? Gaith? Did I say that right? No, I don't know if I said that right. Owl? Please tell me how to pronounce your name. But welcome and thank you so much for the raid. If you do have to do any post-stream self-care, please feel free to. Otherwise, if you're here to hang out with us, we're just doing some jigsaw puzzles and hanging out. It sounds like goosey. Oh, like goothy? Goothy? Like that? Or no TH sound? I see that we're both Stardust. Good choice, good choice. Thank you for the wait, goothy? Did I say that right that time? Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Tell you what, I'm gonna nickname you in my OBS so I don't forget. It's Goofy. There. That's right, you can give nicknames in OBS. There we go. You're barely catching up? I'm dying. I'm dying. I have so many to catch up on. I'm like, oh man, there's no time. There's not enough time in the day. Stardust gang. That's right. We are the Stardust gang. Rise up. Rise up. But I'd love to see if you want to share it with us. I would love to take a sneaky peek at the sculpting you're working on today for Art Fight. Hi, carbonated. Look at your name, bro. Let me tell you something. I would absolutely choose diarrhea over constipation because, oh my gosh, I've been having constipation the last couple days and it sucks. I feel like I'm gonna like freaking, you know, there are some times when I have constipation and I literally cannot poop. So I'm not gonna sit there for hours. I get up, I do my other stuff, I wait until it builds up in my stomach and then I go back and try to poop again. But I would absolutely take diarrhea over constipation, bro. I cannot. Ah, thank you, Beasties. Wait, I know this song from where? Oh, it's from Coco. That's a good one. It's a good one. Wait, you were promised free hats? What? What? You promised Google? Google. Guti. Either or, if I remember. Well, I'll do Guti. Oh, welcome in, y'all. Better than carbonated constipation. Honestly, exactly. Freaking diarrhea gang. All the homies, we hate constipation. Okay, let me take a look. Sorry about the puzzle, guys. Oh, look. This is coming out so well. Oh my gosh. They're gonna flip. They're gonna be like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You sculpted me? Not a lot of people do 3D modeling for art fight. Those are really cute though, niece niece. I hope they love it. I hope they love it. Yes. Oh my gosh, exactly, Goofy. I have hemorrhoids. That's why, honestly, I'm a little biased, but that's why I don't like constipation. It's the hemorrhoids. I absolutely feel you. What? Unknown Eldridge, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. Thank you for the follow. This looks great, niece niece. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing it. Thank you again for the raid. If you do have to go, eat or sleep or whatever you gotta do, I completely understand. But if you're here with us again, we are puzzling. We are puzzling. Thank you again for sharing. I'm so excited. I can't wait till it gets posted so I can post underneath niche art fight and be like, oh, this is beautiful. In the little comments. Your name comes from your bubbly personality? Wait, where does the diarrhea come from? I get the carbonated one. This is the one you're talking about? Oh, wait, Coco? Is that what you're talking about, Grim? It's the pain, yeah. Well, no, diarrhea gives me a lot of pain, but the diarrhea pain gives me before I actually poop. The constipation pain comes during the poop. Once you actually get the diarrhea out, then it's fine. But it's like the before feeling, you know what I mean? They both give you pain. It's just one's before and one's after. we're talking about diarrhea a little bit. Trust me. If you've never had diarrhea or you've never had constipation, diarrhea over constipation all day, every day. I'm just saying. Although, I mean, granted, yeah, I would, of course, love to not have either, but if I had to pick one or the other, absolutely. I can't imagine someone that would pick constipation over diarrhea, you know? It does suck, though. I've had diarrhea so bad, I almost passed out. I was, like, ready to call 911. I was like, I am actually gonna pass out. I do not want to, like, you know, pass away in the bathroom. I know it happens. It's very sad. But it was so painful. And it wasn't even when I was home. It was over my bestie's house. Oh, man. It was awful, though. I was like, this is not... But even then, I still picked diarrhea over constipation. Absolutely. 30's Crazy is great. Nishi's just so talented. So talented. Hey, Carbonated, thank you so much for becoming a club member. Also, here at the clubhouse, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you. As you do, Bus, because it's so good though, Niche. I'm actually doing animations this year, so I felt like going absolutely crazy and putting too much on my plate. Nothing hard, just literally blinking. But I wanted to upgrade from last year, because last year was just like screenshots. This year I'm gonna try blinking animations. I know it's not a lot of animations, but it's still like just a little motion, little stuff. I have so many. I have so many things on my plate right now. I have 4 animation commissions that I'm working on. I have all of, like, the charity stream. Oh, by the way, we're doing a charity stream today. If you guys know anything about cystic fibrosis. Man, my English today. We're doing a charity stream this week. And I have all these milestones and incentives to do with everything. I decided to make the month of July is my month where I just want to burn myself down to the ground. August, I will definitely rest up. Don't worry, guys. I know some of you are worried about my workload. August, I will absolutely rest up for sure. The I know, everyone's suck. Oh, gosh. Even thinking about it. Have a good one. Yeah, your PC's boiling. Yes, please let it cool down. Let it cool down. Thank you again, Niche. Appreciate you. I'm so excited. There may be things in store in the future with Niche, but I gotta wait for things to come in the mail. I got the hiccups. Sorry. No. Okay, I'm better. No, Niche is beautiful. Oh, bone marrow. It's awful. You had them? Wait, how do you get... I thought you... That's it. Once you have them, forever. It's a forever thing. At least that's what I'm under the impression of. Because I will always have them. Sometimes they fade away, like they're not as bad. But I'll, like, always have hemorrhoids. Which is... there's worse things. Hi, Fisani. I'll drink right now. Oh yeah, we got the Tibby. That's right. They'll pull in. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that it's unfortunate, and I really don't want to. I don't think anyone wants to, but yeah. Stay hydrated. Gotta. Yeah. Oh yes, actually. Honestly, that's probably why I've been having some constipation lately. Is because I have not been hydrating enough. More drinks. More drinks. In fact, you know what? I'll give a freebie right now. I'll give another freebie because I'm thirsty. There we go. You eating too? Oh man, Grim, I'm so hungry. Oh, I have not eaten yet. Still, I said I was gonna eat 2 hours ago. I told you guys at 4 o'clock. If you look at the top left, you can see what time it is for me. At 4 o'clock, I was gonna take a snick snack. I was gonna grab a snick snack and I was gonna eat something. It is a Chinese song. And I did not grab a snick snack, so we're 2 hours over my sneak snack. No. You do animation, but you want to text so many people? Oh, okay. Oh, wait. What if you did a really big animation? You know those big animations at the end of Art Fight. Those are the ones that always determine who wins. Because those junk, that crap gets, like, the good stuff. It's not junk. It's good. But that crap gets, like, 5,000 points, 6,000 points. Honestly, if you have, like, a bunch of characters in one animation, it'd be so cool. I'd love to see a Guti. Of course, no pressure, but... Oh, yeah, I cannot do it either. It's hard to try even do like Art Fight in general when there's so many things. I can't do because it's okay. What if animatic? Because if you do an animatic, it obviously is not as much work as an animation, but it'll give a lot of points. Yeah. Look, we're on the same wavelength. That would be cool. Oh, it's CF Grim. Exclamation point CF. Yeah. You can have temporary ones. Oh, I didn't know. No. Unfortunately, I do not have the temporary ones. But I have, yeah. But the doctor says as long as I'm careful with it, you know, it won't come back or anything. It'll just, it'll remain dormant. No, don't throw pianos at me. I'm just a... Rim, you want to throw pianos at me? I am so small. I have tippy-tap toes. And you want to throw a piano at me? No. Thank you, girl. This one, yeah, this one's a lot easier. A lot easier than the last one. I want to do easy ones. I might do one more. I think I'll do one more and then we'll call it from there. But I've been, oh, here, let me go back to actually doing the puzzle with you guys. I've been really enjoying the puzzles, though. Right there. Heck yeah. Sorry, I'm really fast at puzzles. I stopped playing for a second. I wish I knew what the actual, like, piece looks like. Ooh. Oh, Imagine Dragons. If anything, you chase it? No! Until you go eat. Oh, it's the food thing. I see, Riv. I see. Understandable. Understandable. I thought you just wanted to throw a piano at me because you're like, Spelly. And I'm like, what's happening? Don't throw a piano at me! Where the heck does this piece go? Do you guys see this? Are you guys seeing this? There's like a random... Oh. I could not see that at all. Me. I'm pretty good at puzzles. Also me. We're so good at this, guys. We did this together. Yay! Wait, I'll unlock it. There you go. Now you can move it around. Alright, one more. We'll do one more and then we'll call it today. So if you guys want to join in on the last puzzle, what do you guys think? Do you think we should do 400 again? 300 pieces? What do you think? Is the art beautiful? Oh yes, this art, by the way, was made by Osho. Here, let me give 1K. I don't know. 1K. If we did 1K, we would need everyone to join in. You know what I mean? I don't know if we'd want to do 1K. We might do 400 though. Let me give a shout out to Osho who made this art. I believe. Yes, there we go. Aw, beauty, beauty. I like Osho. Let's see. New room. Let's see, what would be a good final piece? I wish I had an art piece that had all of the Academy members. I do have one in the making, but that's as far as we've got is in the making. So, let's see, what do we got? Wait, what if I did something like, you guys would be like, whoa. No? No, I was gonna do a sneaky peeky of some future stuff to come, but maybe I'll go back. Let's do... Yeah, I really wish I had more pieces that had all of the members together. Okay, I know which one I want to do, I just gotta find it now. I think it's in my 2023 folder? It is missing Evelyn, unfortunately. Here we go, we'll do this one. So we'll do 400 pieces for the final one. And that should be pretty easy because it's got a lot of characters in it, but let's see. I'll name it Academy. Did this, oh, the song? I don't think it did, unless I wasn't paying attention to it. We did. You guys ready? Okay, so I did as close to 400. It's 385, but it's as close as we could get to 400. So here's the jigsaw puzzle. The final one for today. Oh. Why does this keep happening to me? How do I get rid of it? How do I get rid of the buttons? Ah! There we go. Every time, bro. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, man. There's so many pieces. I just watched the perfect shot, no worries. Okay. So this is clearly the Lyra pile. I could start, here's a chamber pile. A Nathan pile over here, a Velleman pile over here, Lord Crossfield, a Spelly pile over here, because I saw a couple Spellies. I need a Yami pile. I can do a Yami pile over by Yami. Actually, I can just connect those pieces. Oh my goodness. This is Lyra. Spelly. Yami. Spelly. Yami. 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 Yummy. Yummy. Spelly? Spelly? Oh, my spelly piece. Free. All these are spelly pieces. There's the Nathan. This is yummy. 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 Nathan. Nathan. Yummy. Yeah. This is actually Lord Crossfield. This is also Lord Crossfield. Spelly. Lord Crossfield. Oh! There's so many! Oh. I didn't realize that was small. Took you a minute to figure out where this song came from? This one? Oh! Wait, can we get more 6? I love this musical. I've never actually seen the musical. Nor do I don't know all the songs from it. But I love some of the songs from it, because I've only heard some of them. Spelly. Here's all the Nathan pieces. Chamber. Yummy. Here, I'll start working on Yummy then. Nathan. Okay, let me start Yummy. I guess it doesn't help that I actually drew the image. Oh my goodness, there's so many pieces, bro. Oh wait, okay. Wait, how does this look? There we go. What is this? Oh, the skirt. Oh. Oh, this is Nathan over here. Yippee! This is fun! We get to all work on our own, like, people. And I can help out a little bit. If I see pieces that go to someone else, I'll just throw them out elsewhere. She has AirPods on. You found a quarter? Let's go. Oh. Rose! Rose! Oh no! Hello, Raiders! My name is Spelly. That's me. I am your headmistress witch on Twitch. And I do art and animation like this. Thank you, Rose, for the raid! Hello, how was your stream? May I see your art, please? Oh, it's Rose! Oh god, so much.
My name is Rosie, and I love Spelly.
It's Rose! Do you see? Do you see? Look, Rose, we're the bean! We're the bean boy! We are the bean boy today! It was a milestone incentive from the VTuber SummerSlam. So I was like, alright, we'll just do it. We'll do it on Monday, so... We are currently the bean boy! Yippee! You drew me for Secret Santa, for Rosebell's Secret Santa. Welcome in, everyone. I'm not doing art today. I'm doing jigsaw puzzling. But at least you guys got to see some of the art we've done. Aw, how was the streamu? How was the streamu? Yippee! Oh, and thank you so much everyone for becoming club members here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you, thank you. I hope it was good. If you do have to do any post-stream self-care, I completely understand. I completely understand. It's EP time. I was actually supposed to eat. I told everyone I would eat at 4 o'clock, and it's 6 o'clock now for me. Oh, no! I'm sorry, I let you guys down. But I will eat after stream. I'll eat after stream. Nah. Yeah, oh, Super. Wait, I think I remember your name, Super Cheat? I think I said that wrong. But I think I remember the art. Thank you so much. Aw. Yeah, I like to have a little raid thing for the raiders. The opening. We actually have 2 of them. It's randomized though, so it's really random as to which one you might get. Whee! Aw, thank you guys. I like animating. Well, yesterday I just finished another animation. It is more animatic, but I just finished one recently and I'm really excited for it. You do Crony? Wait, that's the time one, right? The time one from HoloLive? Wee! So, no, I'm sorry. I will eat. I promise I'll eat. I promise I'll eat. Don't worry. I would love to see if you want to share with us. Links are permitted for you, Rose. And we will take a look at Rose's beautiful art. Yes. Oh gosh. Yeah, yes, it is open. This is the Naichi. It's the same person that drew Rosebell's Long Boy, but Rosebell actually has like a custom one. I just have the the Bean Boy. This is a model that's pre-made. It's a pre-made customizable model. And so I told my community, hey guys, if we hit a certain amount of money during our donation 2 weeks ago, I will bring the Bean Boy on stream, and we hit it. Thank you guys again so much for being so charitable for the VTuber SummerSlam for the kids. And so here we are, a Bean Boy. We are a Bean Boy. It's so cute. I love it. It's so wiggly and jiggly. But having one with 2, I have 2. I want to make a 3rd one, Rose. Once I get more animations under my belt that I've done, I want to make a 3rd one. I'm almost there. We're getting there. Open, thank you so much for becoming a club member. Same with Super Cheat. I hope I said that right. Star, Hair, Isaac, and Mastos. Thank you guys. Thank you. All right, let's take a sneaky peeky. A bit of scuff. Nah, it's okay. Let's take a sneak. If you guys are doing the puzzle, it's okay. I'm gonna hide the puzzle for a little bit, but you can still do the puzzle. No worries, no worries. Oh, yeah, this is the time one, right? Look, I love how the eyes are coming out so far. Wait, let me do a scroll down. There we go. I like how it's coming out. I don't know how you sketch. Look, I have such a thing with wanting to finish things, like go from sketch to line to colored to rendered and everything. I don't know how you do sketches with colors, and like your sketches always look like they're almost practically done. And I know, from what I remember hearing on your stream, you typically go straight from the sketch and you just color over and you like do everything over the sketch, which makes, which makes a lot of sense. Then you can take the sketch and just like basically render it right on top. But every time I try to do like colored sketches, I sit there and I'm like, I think it's good enough. I don't want to finish this anymore. I don't want to render you anymore. But it's really good. It's really coming out. Heck yeah. Wait, didn't Kiara come out with like a worky? Did Crony also have a workout like new outfit, or are you just like drawing this one? Because I remember Kiara had a I don't even know what to call it. It's like working out. I don't know if that's the right word. I don't know. Oh crap. Oh no. Okay. I was looking at it and it was like ads are about to start and I'm like, no. Here, I'll snooze them a little bit. Just a little bit. Heck yeah. The tummy. Look at the tummy. Beautiful. Beautiful rendering on the tummy. So for commissions, I do line art, but for this one, it's a small, quick Just a small, quick piece. Duh. I just clean up the sketch and use it as liner. Ah, okay, okay. Oh, that's so nice. That makes a lot of sense. I need to learn. I need to learn more. I want to make more trends and more social media posts. But I don't want to take nearly as long as I do for commissions. Because you know how it is. If someone pays you, of course you're going to want to do good. But if it's just for like, hey, I just want to do this trend, or I just want to help out a little bit, or not help out a little bit, I want to do a little, like, social media post. I really don't want to spend that much time on, like, something that's just for social media. So I gotta learn to, like, not spend that much time. Have a good one, Neru. Thank you. And thank you so much again, Rose, for sharing and for the raid. If you do have to go get some food now, I completely understand. We're just working on some jigsaws right now. Oh, we got some more going. Around. Heck yeah. Ow, oh, I hit my hand. No, it's the tummy. It's the tummy's noticeable. The rainbow hair in the tummy. Yes. There's a lot of things that point to Rosebell art. A lot of stylistic choices that make it very easy to see that it is Rosebell. And it feels like I felt like it. Very fair. Very fair. More art because we want to. Catching tummies. I'm catching tummies. Aww. The huge quick art, trading art. I see. Heck yeah. Aw, man. Hopefully I'll be able to start doing some more. I gotta learn from the master. From the master Rose. Yes. Please. That's a whole personality. Alright. Let's get back to the jigsaw puzzles. But thank you again. Heck yeah. I am like... my brain. Okay, let's go somewhere over there. Wait, if it goes right here? Ah, there we go. Some people have really big hair, aka, Nathan. Cool, the tacos. Have some good tacos. I'm excited to eat. After we finish this puzzle, I'll go eat. But thank you again. Ooh. And anyone is free to join the puzzles. If anyone else would like to help and join the puzzles, we have our jigsaw puzzle link. Here, let me type it out again. Puzzles here. If anyone would like to join and help out, we are just currently working on, I think it's like 385 pieces, so it's not too bad. Tacos. Yum. I actually haven't had tacos in forever. But I haven't made, honestly, I don't think I've ever really made tacos. If anything, the closest I've ever come to making tacos is burritos, which we called were tacos, but let's be honest, they were not tacos. They were burritos. Because I don't know how to fold a taco, and I'm not like a huge fan of hard tacos. So usually I do like soft tacos, which my soft tacos just become burritos. What do you mean, What are you humming about? My soft tacos become burritos, bro. I don't know how else to do it. I'm sorry, I just ate a burrito. The Minecraft pair. Oh, you mean the like rainbow ones that are like, I can't do it that fast. They move their head really fast. Soft tacos. Wait, hey, don't hold me. I like eating soft tacos even if they're actually burritos. Heck yeah. Too many puzzle pieces. Ooh. I really, sorry, very random, but I really want to watch One Piece. Ah. Oh my goodness. I got up to a really good part in One Piece, and now I really want to see what happens, and I'm like, eh. Dang it. It's so good though. Taco burrito. Soft tacos are the only true tacos? Wait, you don't like hard tacos? I also don't really like hard tacos, but that's only because they're messy. I don't mind the taste, it's just they're messy for me. Maybe I'm just a messy eater though. Wait, they were soft before the hard ones came? Wait, really? You love the song? This one or the previous one? We have song requests open, exclamation point SSR, which is for Spotify song requests. Unfortunately, it only works through Spotify because I do not own YouTube Premium. I could choose one or the other, Spotify or YouTube, and I wound up picking Spotify. But we do have Spotify song requests open right now. We're just doing comfy vibes today, so just like anything comfy. I don't even know what that is, City Burrito. Toss in Fritos if you even see the crunch. That's also fair. I never even thought about putting Fritos in there. That actually sounds really good. Fritos make your breath sticky. No! Leftover what? With ramen, Senior Burrito? You don't mind soft and hard? Like I said, I don't entirely mind hard tacos. It's just the idea of they're messy. They're messy for me. I'm a messy eater. Just a few more pieces and then we got it. Almost. No way. There's no way. That I'd be all that you went by your side. I've never lost control, no matter how many times I knew you lied. That's my golden rule. Oh, to keep me cool, yeah, baby. Running around with some pretty young thing. One on a wedding ring. What I did, I didn't say a word, baby. Never had. Is it Berea? Am I saying that right? I've never even heard of that before. Messy spell. What are you talking about? Yeah, maybe a little bit. You look it up. They're made of dipping tortillas into beef broth and cheese added to the meat. Oh, it sounds good. No way. Moment. No way. No way. Yeah. I wish I knew all the words. It's such a nice song. They're amazing. Recommend. Do you know places that have them on the menu? Are you salivating? Don't remind me. I feel it. I feel it so bad. Hungry. You must think that I'm crazy. You wanna replace me, baby? There's no way. Funny, send me to a nunnery. Honey, there's no way. No Oh, Alcovito. It's because you are here. That's why. Any authentic Mexican food place has them? Alright, I'll have to... Wait, I don't even know if I have an authentic Mexican food place anywhere near me. Taco time if you have? I do not. I do not. Sad face. I live so far... Aw, ads. I live so far away from, like, everything. Without knowing where you are, it's hard to say. It's fair. Local Hispanic places. I'd have to take a sneaky peeky, but I don't think I have anything like that near me. Yeah, ads. The sketchier looking, the better they should be. I don't... When am I gonna be comfy going somewhere sketchy? I'll be queen till the end of my life. No way. No way. No, 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 no. I can't hit the note. Gosh, I'm dying. Hold on, let me take a drink. Take a friend with me? But if it's what? Why would I want to put a friend in danger? No. No, 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 no way. Good wee bonjour, life was a chore, so she set sail. 1822 came straight to the UK. All the British dudes lame. Hard agree. Oh man. Oh man. The more skets, the tastier. No, my friends are gonna be in danger. Ooh, I can go to Red Lobster, although that's pretty pricey, I'm gonna be honest. But the biscuits? The Red Lobster biscuits? Oh, they're so good. I don't know what I just said. Just saying hi. You're a nice guy. I'll think about it maybe. XO, baby. Ah. This goes double for Chinese. Wait, if you go to a Chinese food place and it's sketchy, it's supposed to be good? Why? Why does it have to be sketchy to be good? I don't want to go to sketchy places. I am typically by myself on these things. I don't want to do any of that. That sounds terrifying. What? Why can't they make it not sketchy? No. As long as you don't prolong eye contact. What do you... I don't want any eye contact at all. The dirtier the better? Yuck. You guys are insane. No. That's awful. I don't want to go somewhere. No. Ah. Because it's typically mom and pops. Why can't mom and pop shops not be sketchy? I don't want to go to somewhere sketchy. No. Sketchy means authentic? Yeah, here, Dynamite, I'll give you the link. I'll give you the link. Here you go. There you go. What was I meant to do? Bow, bow, bow. Also, did we get... for anyone new that came in... Sorry. For anyone new that came in, my alerts are broken today. And they should be fixed tomorrow. But did I miss something? What I said. Don't lose. Wait! Who did that? Hold on. Isaac! Ah! Isaac, thank you so much for the donation for the charity. I have such a hard time saying it. Cystic fibrosis trust. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's because my alerts are broken today. They should be fixed tomorrow. I was like, oh. Let me see. What do you get? What do you get? Oh, you got the VTuber mystery bag. Do you want it? I want to ask, do you want it for yourself? Because I know you don't VTube. I know you stream, but do you want it for yourself? Do you want it based off of like Miku and or Snake? Or do you want it in particular based off of someone else? Let me know, because I can do a little bit. Even though it's a mystery, I can kind of theme it a little bit. I meant 1 minute of Steffi's and the name. Okay, I got you, Isaac. You already know which one I'm gonna do. Bruh. Sorry, not sorry about what I said. That was just to have some fun. Don't worry, don't lose your head. Don't mean to hurt anyone. LOL, say oh well, I'll go to hell. About what she said. Sorry about what I said. Don't lose your head. Alright, you should see it now. What's going on? Isaac. Isaac, thank you! I got your name on the sticky. It's back! It's back for the next 4 days. And 1 minute of steppies. Alright, I'll give you 1 minute of steppies. Cystic fibrosis. I feel like I say it right every time, and then I also don't. Yummy. I'm pretty sure Yummy goes here, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, 1 minute of steppies. You know who's is back? Guess who's back? Whitey. Guess who's back? Back again. Thank you, Isaac. Let me put a timer for 1 minute on. Alright, here we go. 1 minute, counting. 1 minute actually goes by a lot faster than you think. A lot faster than I think, anyway. Hole in the walls and taco... Wait, taco trucks? Are those authentic? I don't know about that. Are they? Taco trucks? I mean, I'm all for supporting mom and pop shops, but sketchy mom and pop shops. Aw. Miku VTuber, yeah. You know the top piece was connected? It is now. Oh gosh, these steppies. How many? I got 15 seconds. See, look, a minute goes by so fast. It goes by so fast. Ooh. Cravings menu. I'm not hurting myself anymore. If it's an assets thing, you'd be fine with Miku and Snake. I got you. Yes, it's an assets thing. So I'll take a look at your stream at some point, Isaac, and I'll see if there's... But it's a mystery, so I'm not going to tell you any more than that. I'm not going to tell you any more than that, otherwise it wouldn't be a mystery. Every minute, 60 seconds passed. All right, speaking of 60 seconds, hour 60 seconds just passed. I still can't believe a minute goes by so fast. Meanwhile, I'm like, ugh. If I donate 40 more, can I get the VTuber bag for a friend? I'm gonna say yes, and the only reason I'm gonna say yes, I can't say it for everyone, but the only reason I'm gonna say yes is because you donated 10 to start, and then you didn't want anything for the $10, or the 10 pounds. So if you do another 40, I'll say yes. But if you had gotten rewards, then I probably would have had to say no. But because you didn't pick any rewards for it, yes. You can, and for the record, if you guys do get Here, if you guys want to see what the incentives are for our charity stream, for the record, if you did not know, we're doing a charity stream today. Incentives. Here you go. We have, for 50, it's the $50. It's a digital VTuber mystery bag, so you guys can get a bunch of different assets from me. Mystery bag equaling up to roughly $50, and it's made by yours truly. But I will definitely take a sneaky peek at different VTubers. Just let me know their theme, Grim. Let me know their theme, like if they're space or if they're nature or all that stuff, so I can kind of make it a little bit for them, if that makes sense. Because I don't want to give away something, like, let's say it's a nature person, I give them, like, some space theme thing. They're not going to do anything with that, you know? They're not going to need it. So let me know their theme, and I will try to at least make it so that it's, like, themed around them, you know? Other than that, everything else is a mystery. It's a mystery. Actually, if you want to let me know who it is in DMs, Grim, that might also help a bit. I sincerely apologize about the alerts not going off, though. I am so sorry. I'm sorry about that. Maestro, thank you. We do still have Rogue Energy. I think today's the last day of the Rogue Energy is being 50% off. Let me see. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Not that website. Let me go to the, there it is. Unless it's already ended. Oh, yes. Today's the last day. If you get one tub, you get another one 50% off. But today is the last day, so I'll let you guys know. I'm only the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just here to let you guys know. In case anyone had been wanting to get some more or restock or whatnot. 60 seconds to Spelly. Whee! The side of the highway. You guys are making it so sketchy. I don't want to go to any of them. I don't want to go to any sketchy restaurants. Why? I'm fine with trucks, like a taco truck. I'd be okay with that, but freaking, like you go to, it's like you go and look at someone's house and you're like, yeah, this house is a restaurant. And you're like, what? What do you mean? And you walk inside and it's literally just someone's house and they're like, hi, we sell food. This is your house. I can literally see your kids in like the living room. I don't, this is just your kitchen. I don't want to be here. What's happening? This is not a restaurant. You guys, no, you're gonna get kidnapped. Stop. Don't go to so many sketchy places. Please. Please don't. I want the best for you guys, not have that happen. No. Oh my goodness, you guys worry me. You worry me. No. Oh, I'm excited, Isaac. I'm excited for it. I will be looking at your stream, Isaac. Yeah, 50. Well, it was buy a tub and get the next one 50% off. Yes. Oh, I love. Wait, this is from Tuesday. Carol and Tuesday. I love this song. Who did this? You guys know I'm gonna sing this, right? You made a mistake. I'm gonna sing it. Too late. Too late. Yeah, you guys. Oh my gosh. The best food. Always knew what I wanted to do, but things just don't go as smooth. Inside out, then going upside down. It's easy to sing, but it's harder to live. I met you, and then the story began. The only lonely two. Must have been some kind of magic in the wind. Hit me with the beat and singing boom, 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 boom. Yeah! Round and round the dancing laundry. Let's lose our minds, forget the time, and everything will be just fine. Round and round the dancing laundry. It's you and me, that's all we need. You were the missing puzzle piece. Get it? Because we're doing puzzles. I love the anime. If anyone hasn't seen it, highly recommend if you like music stuff. 17, wonder what it really means when people say I live in a dream. Complicated feelings always rushing through me. It keeps on going like a merry-go-round. I had been feeling lonely till when you came along that day. We kept on running till we were all alone again. But this time we can sing the boom, 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 boom. Yeah! Round and round the dancing laundry. Let's lose our minds, forget the time, and everything will be just fine. Round and round like dancing laundry. It's you and me, we're all we're needed, or the missing puzzle. Round and round like dancing laundry. Let's lose our minds, forget the time, and everything will be just fine. Round and round like dancing laundry. It's you and me, that's all we need. You were the missing puzzle piece. God, because we're doing Jigsaw puzzles. I love that song. You guys did this. You did this to me. Stop requesting songs I like. No. Just kidding. Don't request songs I don't like, because then I'd be sad. I'm too fat to get kidnapped. No, that's not even true, bro. That's not even true. Trust me, there are really strong people out there. There are really strong people out there. I should know. I'm one of them. No, just kidding. I'm not that strong yet. I'm getting there. I've been doing a lot of push-ups lately. Yeah. Oh, if they feed you, you know, don't get kidnapped. I think that's called Stockholm Syndrome. No. None of those places are sketchy to me. Really? Wait. So walking in... Okay, the reason I even mentioned the house thing is because there was one time I was looking up arcades near me when I was, like, traveling, right? And I did arcades near me, and the arcade was literally someone's basement. It was someone's... Don't go into someone's basement. You guys are crazy. I did not feel comfortable. I literally drove... It was me and a friend. And we literally drove up to him and we were like... No, we're not going. We're not going. We're gonna find something else. It's literally someone's basement, bro. Just because they have arcade machines in their basement does not mean you should go in there. Please. Unless you know them, obviously, but gosh. Imagine. You guys are crazy. Starlight, thank you. Eventually, I want to do a karaoke eventually. One day. Ugh, I'm excited for it. Maybe I should have made one of the goals to do a karaoke stream so I could force myself to finally do karaoke. Oh, wait, you did what? Aw. It's Tippy's. Aw, Grim, thank you. Yeah, wait, we got an anonymous? What are you guys doing? Oh, we are so close to the goal. There's no way we're that close to the goal. On day 1, there's 4 days. There's 4 days, guys. Calm down. I have no ideas for stretch goals. I'm not ready. Please. Oh my gosh, how close are we? We are less than 90, wait, 80, wait, but somewhere between 90 and 80 pounds from our goal. You guys are crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Grim, I will be sure to DM me the person and like their theme and stuff, and I will take a sneaky peeky. I'll look at them. Oh, we finished it. There you go. You guys can wiggle it around. It's wiggly now. It's wiggle time. Aw. Which anime? Carol and Tuesday was the anime from the previous song. Carol and Tuesday. Thank you, the tippies. No. Aw. Don't take away my cheese, please. No. The gang. You gotta live life. No, but come on. You're not gonna be living life when they kidnap you, bro. Please. That's not the life you want to live, I promise. Food arc. No. You guys, exactly. Stranger danger, please. There are real arcades that are real establishments and not someone's basement. I promise. I promise they exist. I went to a bar arcade before. It's really nice. Here, tell you what. I'll do one more puzzle, but it'll be a small puzzle. So for those that have been doing puzzles and they want to do a little bit more of a puzzle, I'll do one more, but it'll be a small one. It won't be hard at all. I'll make it 100 pieces. All right, 100 pieces. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's see. What's the last one we could do? I wish we had like, again, I wish we had more art of. Here, let's do a not spelly one. We'll do one with the OCs. Here you go. We'll do this one. I love this art. I haven't really used it for anything. 100 pieces. There you go. All right, Jigsaw puzzle is here. Holy play, yeah, can you imagine? Oh, just like a green screen or a black screen. Oh my gosh. Jigsaw puzzle is here. Here you go. There's the link. Now you guys can do it. It's only 100 pieces. Actually, it's 91 to be even more specific. Not a lot, not a lot. I believe in you guys. I believe in you guys. Can you imagine? Need more art? Ooh. We could also do the Yami piece that Miso did. Stranger, no, Bone Marrow, don't be the danger. Well, actually, I would rather you be the danger than you be in danger. But still, I damn you. But so, oh, no worries, Grim. Thank you. Heck yeah. Do you have games in your basement? I don't even have a basement. I have a crawl space. I used to have a basement back in the day, but I did not have games in my basement. It was, all I had was like a radio in my basement and a bunch of storage stuff. It was a radio because I lived in Tornado Alley, so we used to have a lot of tornadoes. That's why we used to have like a decent sized basement. Now we don't. Now we don't have a decent sized basement. We have a crawl space, but we still get tornadoes. So we have to sit in the crawl space and like sit there and like be small because the crawl space is small. You guys are the danger. I'm glad at least you're not in danger. You are the danger. You should make the karaoke dream real. I want to so bad. You have no idea. I want to. I'm trying to finish up my current animation commissions. I only have 4 more left. We're almost there. We're almost there. Wow, you guys are going a lot. Oh, there's so many people! There's so many people for like the 100. I thought there'd only be like 4 people. You guys are crazy. Oh no.
Easy peasy puzzle.
Never saw this one? Oh, you're about to see it. You're about to see it in full. Here, I'll zoom in as everyone's completing it. So you can see it in full as it's getting complete. It's a really nice one. You know what? I'm a little sad. My skeb got canceled. I had another skeb that I was working on, and it got canceled. So I had to submit a new one with a new artist. A little sad, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Karaoke stretch goal? Maybe. If we can hit our goal. Which we are less than 98 pounds away from. But if we can hit our goal, sorry, excuse me, I have the hiccups. Then yeah, absolutely, I'd be all down for doing a karaoke stretch goal. I'll do it for like the next goal. The next goal will be the karaoke, so we absolutely will be hitting karaoke. If we get into the stretch goal territory. Yeah, I'll note it. In fact, I'll do it right now. Just in case, so I don't forget. Who did this? Rim? So it'll be karaoke stream. I'll force myself to do a karaoke stream. There you go. It is a official stretch goal, so I don't forget. Actually, you know what? Let me convert it to USD. Oh goodness. How do I get rid of the... There we go. No! There we go. No! What is the button to get rid of the button? No! There it is. You guys are too freaking fast! Stop! Fine. I don't have any more Academy art for you guys. Look at it. Look, I just want to show it before you guys wiggle it. This is the piece. It's so nice. You guys are so freaking fast. Fine. I'll do another one. One more. one more game. Let's see. What image do we want to give you? I'm running out of images. You guys want to do the suckle one? That one would be a bit hard. More OCs? Let me see. Wait. I got you guys. I think this was my birthday, right? I'm gonna do 200. You guys are insane. This is gonna be hard. Ah! I have a pen! Where did this pen come from? Okay. Might be more difficult. I'm excited. Okay, last one for real. I spelled puzzle wrong. Because I was setting up stuff in the background. You guys are so fast. So this is 209 pieces. 209 pieces. Hold on, let me get rid of the pen. No. There we go. You have lots after the ISO? I'm excited. I am so excited for the isometric event. Heck yeah. Soon. I should probably mention that there's about a little more than 3 weeks left for the isometric event in case anyone's doing it. But I hear that one of the groups are doing really freaking well. Like, really freaking well. Oh, sorry, I did not allow you to shake it. Sorry, Grim. This one. I'll let you shake this one, Grim. But yeah, I will, what was I gonna look up? don't remember now. I have the tab open. Oh, right, I was gonna do the conversion. So, if 500 USD is our goal, technically, even though it's a little over, then converting it to 600 USD to pounds. And if anyone's wondering why it's in pounds, it's because the Cystic Fibrosis Trust is in the UK. It's based in the UK, so that's why we're doing it in pounds. I have no option to change that. I have no option to change that, but I can at least convert it for you guys, so it makes it a little easier. So if it's like, there's like a lot of weird numbers. So for example, the karaoke stream's gonna be 468.45 pounds. That's technically 600 USD. But I just make it easier for you guys. There we go. I have it ready. I can't activate it until we actually get into the stretch goals, but I have it ready for us, at least. So now I won't forget. Thank you for the suggestion. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. And thank you guys so much for how close we are. How close we are with our charity stream. Thank you, thank you. I am stuck in my chair. There we go. I had to move myself. Oh. Let me make this a little bigger. There we go. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. Oh, wait, you do pounds? Do you do pounds? Is that why? Yeah, I normally do USD, but the pounds is because the charity we're doing is based in the UK. So it's like, I will convert it for you guys. Don't worry. But if you don't believe me, please feel free to convert it as well. I completely understand if you want to take a sneaky peeky as to the conversion rates. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm just situating something really fast. Thank you for the DMs, Grim and Dynamite. I appreciate it. Oh. There we go.
Okay, okay. Let's see if we can finish this puzzle together. We got this, we got this. I'm excited, I'm excited.
So this is, for anyone that doesn't know, this is from an event that we did as a community. We made all these art pieces together. So this is gonna be pretty hard, I won't lie. But it's based off of, it's funny because we're doing a community event to put together a puzzle for the community event. Oh, there's so many colors. Which, you would think it would be good. Theoretically, it's good. Oh. Does anyone know what that's from? Oh no. Ignore me. Let's see if I can remember. Nope. Man, yeah, you guys are. Oh, how do you guys know? Oh man, I thought I was being sneaky. Because I am also young. Hey! We're all young at heart. Okay, how about this one? This one always gets people. How about this one? I can see. I can fight. Do you know what that one's from? Because I'm Asian. No! I'm not Asian! I'm young! I'm so young. What are you talking about? Whose real name is Susan. Really? How did you guys guys know? How did you guys know? No one ever gets that, bro. Everyone's like, what the F are you talking about? I'm like, oh, sorry. How did you guys know? What the Rim? By the way, I have another one. I have another one coming soon. I'm not gonna tell you for after that. So be on the outlook. But I have another one coming soon, similar to that. I'm so excited. You guys gonna be like, no. It's a small thing. It's a small thing though. Your favorite line? Pretty sure. Yeah, it was the Arthur guy. It was the Arthur guy. Cause his glasses. Well, I don't remember exactly what happened. Someone with glasses, but oh man. I can't believe you guys cut that. I'm trying to think of what other references we have. Off the top of my head? I'll stay ready. I'm ready. Rim is ready. Heck yeah. Oh, this tarot is so cute. Sorry, I just really like that tarot. Tarot. Oh, there's so many pieces. No. Oh. Yes. Oh, here, I'll lock that. There. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, I'm stealing this. I'm stealing it. Yay! You got it, dude. Oh, you got it, dude. That's from, Family... No. Family Matters? No. The other one. The house. What is it called? I know what you're talking about. I can't remember. There was the uncles. There was the uncles and the dad, and they had a bunch of kids. Full House. Full House. That was the one. Full House. You got it, dude. Why is there bacon in the soap? I don't know that one. I don't know the bacon in the soap one. He's just standing there menacingly. That's from, that's not from SpongeBob, is it? Ah, Invader Zim. Oh, I never watched Invader Zim. I never watched Invader Zim, Dynamite. No, the only thing I know is the Doom song. Doom, 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 doom. That's all I know. It was Patrick. Oh, okay. Menacingly. Wait, is that the Wii U with the like the the glove city thing or whatever? Talking about SpongeBob under a distant light. Not scientifically possible. Which one of you is the real Dirty Dan? That's Sandy, right? It's not. I don't know. Not scientifically possible. Is that also SpongeBob, or am I tripping here? There are a lot of pieces that are currently on top of this. I'm gonna move some of these if you don't mind. Sorry, you guys are gonna hate me. Sorry. There was just a lot of pieces on top. Yoink. Yippee! There we go. I'm Dirty Dan. Sandy of the hibernation where she goes all crazy, bro. No, I'm Dirty Dan. No, I'm Dirty Dan. Which one of you is the real Dirty Dan? He is. Oh my gosh. You could be Dirty Dan now. Oh man. It's so good. Ugh. Oh, my neck. Did you guys hear that just now? You heard it? Who you calling Pinhead? Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's so many quotes and so many memes from SpongeBob. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what. There we go. I had to move some things. We are so close. I really like doing these jigsaw puzzles with you guys. Cause it's like, I don't know. You get to take your own art and turn it into little puzzles that you can do together. I like that. There are, oh man, all the writing. Ah, we're so close. Oh. What is this? Hold on, wait. Oh, I thought this sounded familiar. It's Bleach, but I don't know it actually. Oh! Was not expecting. Mihoy minoi. What is that? Doodle Bomb, I think his name was? Yeah, Bleach. Why does Bleach have such good music? What the heck? Haha, it's me. I'm the last piece. Nah, just kidding. Alright, do it. Yay! Now it's wiggly time! Wiggly time! You guys are crazy. I love you guys. Alright. That's it for today! We did it! We did it! Heck yeah! Heck yeah! But wait! We're gonna send the love to another friend! We're gonna send... Oh, sorry, the song's hit me. It's so good. We're gonna send the love to another friend. So let's start the raid. Heck yeah! Thank you guys for coming in. Oh, where'd the puzzle go? Thank you guys for coming in, for playing the puzzles with me. I was a little worried. I was a little worried that the puzzles were, like, people wouldn't come in for the puzzles. I was like, no! I'm gonna miss you guys, no. Tomorrow we'll be back to our normal shenanigans. I'll be my 3D VTuber again. And we will, yeah, we will try to figure out, I guess we're gonna be working on some, I'm gonna try to finish my 2 Polaroids tomorrow. We're gonna try to finish the 2 Polaroids. So, we will hit that up. We'll hit that up. But last, is that time to say goodbye. We're gonna say goodbye. But we are gonna send the love to someone. You know what? I think because of our size, because of the Rose Bell raid, sorry about the music, by the way, music's ending. Because of the raid and everything, I'm gonna send the love to someone who deserves it. I'm gonna send the love to someone who deserves it. Normally, I raid, I don't know how to explain it, but normally I raid differently, and today we're gonna send the love to someone who, you know, yeah. So, we're gonna go say hi. We're gonna go say hi to, Suji. We're gonna say hi to Suji. Yee. I did a collab with Suji actually a while back. So I think you guys are really gonna like their style. They do comics. They actually do webcomics. So if you guys are into webcomics, yeah, we're gonna spread the love today. If you guys like webcomics, I think you're really gonna like their style. Very unique, VTuber. They do really cool VTuber. You'll see. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you again for the charity. I appreciate you guys.